Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are live and, well, true to my nature almost, I suppose, in a certain sense, I, have a few things to test out. Though not that many. Fear not, fear not. Not that many. First and foremost, least we forget to turn on monetization for the stream, because I never do that, basically. And I have a new streamer's starting page, right? Used to be this one. Used to be just the regular standby thing. But honestly, if you ask me, I think this is way better and way cooler looking. But it is just something new I picked up off the widget store in Stream Elements, and you know what? I like it. It's pretty good. I genuinely like it. It fits the overall, well, it relatively fits the overall color scheme of the channel. Black and red being more sort of my thing. This black and orangish yellow sort of hue that we have here is maybe a little bit different, but you know what? It's a techie vibe. It works, right? It's not a custom job by any stretch of the imagination, but it gets the job done. You should be enjoying it, yes. Give me a second. Oh, you probably can't hear that because this screen doesn't have the audio capture from the game, which, well, it doesn't need to, but yeah, there we go. So, it took a little bit of a while to set up the stream, because I did some changes, I did. And I will get into that momentarily, as soon as the game hooks, and we can start seeing it. Yeah, there we go, lovely. So, I want to test out two new things. First of all, I've had 4 subscriptions that just didn't show up. And I would like to see whether they didn't show up because of something I did, or whether they didn't show up because of, well, because of some other reasons. So, Streamlabs dashboard. Bitter Games subscribed recently. Well, recently, semi-recently, and here's what we're going to do. We're going to replay the activity of him subscribing.
Exactica says there are only 3 things harder than Verkuvian ham. Diamond boron, the unidentified element that composes a vault key, and sitting through your friend's amateur stand-up.
Yep, there you go. I'm looking at the stream on,
right, loot cache.
On the other channel. That works. The subscription thing works. Absolutely. I may have missed it if that was a problem, if it happened on stream, but I think it tracks when it happens off stream as well, and I just have OBS running. So, say I'm recording something, it'll track the same thing. So, yeah. Anyways, Typhoon Dead Drop over there. We're going to set a waypoint. And I also would like to find out what is to the left of here, because I never went down this road. If it's nothing, I'm going to be highly disappointed. Yeah, it's not nothing. It's iridium writing,
no making
right?
heads or tails of this.
But there's little I can do with that information. Okay, oh, completely forgot. Hey, for once, unlike last time, the pick up as junk button works. In fact, it works really, really well. Would you look at that? To what do I owe this astonishing pleasure of everything working the way it's sort of, supposed to? Alright, awesome. Not the fact that I'm going to get purged, but the fact that everything works as intended. And I have quite a bit of a thing to talk about. Unfortunately, if you're not really into audio... I'm sorry, just give me a second. I need to reduce the volume, which is, oddly enough, one of the things that we're really going to talk about a lot for this stream, which, yeah, you know, if you're not that into speaker systems, hi-fi audio, stuff like that, you might not find this particularly entertaining, interesting, or anything like that. However, I figure it is an opportunity to learn something, at the very least, for all of us involved. So, I will get into that in a little bit when I actually start doing the main quest line, because now I'm just running past the same area I did last time just to collect the final little thing that I need. Fortunately, a little bit over leveled for this place, so I've just run past most of the enemies. In fact, that kind of leads me to believe that I can do this for a good chunk of this game in the future as well. Although, I did read something that blew the wind out of my sails when it comes to the Borderlands franchise. Someone on Reddit made a post, and I didn't go into the specifics and details. I didn't read the entire thing, obviously, because I want to avoid spoilers as much as possible. But someone wrote, I actually prefer the Calypso twins to... what's the new antagonist of Borderlands 4? Is it the Librarian or something like that? The Architect, the whatever. It's some profession. That... I'm gonna be honest with you, that crushed my soul a little bit. Because, I genuinely believed, foolish me, that this is as low as we're going to get in terms of villains. I did, and it was stupid of me. But I believed that the only way from here is up, right? It was not. There are greater depths to descend down to. I'm going down the wrong way. I need to go this way, right? And then the exit on the right. Let me just check the frame rate and stuff. The stream, yeah, like 0 drop frames. Everything seems to be working fine. And the delay isn't even that bad. The delay is like, I don't know, it's hard to say, but like a few seconds, not more than that. Which, I have it set to as low as physically possible, so I don't really particularly blame myself for anything. Take it up with YouTube, I guess. Right, that is trash, we don't need that. Open up the dead drop. Oh, goody, goody, goody. I am level 26 and I'm getting level 25 weaponry. Trash, trash. Sorry, level 23 weaponry even. Pretty trashy, yeah. Not good. Not good either. Not good. Not good. At least there is money to be had from it, so... What can you say? Give me a second. Gameplay. Auto cell rarity. I thought this would trash it. It didn't. When you pick up a common item, it automatically sells it, like the instant you pick it up. This leads me to believe what we can do instead is, instead of pick up as trash, we can come up with a mod that's like pick up an auto sell, which would be of tremendous help for a quality of life improvement. It would really, really be great. Oh. And I can switch to this now. Which I believe is as good a lead-in into the topic that I wanted to talk about as anything else. Unfortunately, I have the volume so low on my end that I can't really hear the difference between hi-fi and this, but yeah, I mean, if it sticks around, right? There you go, good. So, first and foremost, we picked up the dead drop. I think we cleared out more or less everything that there is, aside from the writing, and maybe something that appears later down the line. So we're going to fast travel out of here, and we are going to... Well, actually, I'm not sure where, but I need to check the orbital map for that. The Floodmore Basin, right? And then we view the zone, and yeah, it's the big open zone from over here. I get the feeling this is where I should go first. But now that we're back on track with the main storyline, I'm gonna be honest with you, felt a lot like playing Borderlands this evening. I am...
I've just been informed that you rescued my brother. Disappointing. It's a family affair, and you've no business interfering. That said, Vault Hunters are nothing more than whores, so I will simply pay you to leave my planet. Come to Jacob's Manor to negotiate your price. Oh, and when you see Alistair, tell him I'm rich.
Tell him I'm rich. Okay. Being your brother and all, I'd sort of assume he would know that, but never mind. At any rate, here's the idea, right? I think this brings me closer to where I needed to be than the original spawn and wherever the hell it was. So that's why I'm using this. I feel like these can be set up as jump ramps for a future quest of some description. At any rate, let's get out of here. And towards where we need to be, but I need to check the map first, because it didn't spawn me where I wanted to go. It spawned me down there where I didn't want to go. That's... Unable to activate point of interest. Fascinating. So I can't fast travel up there. Oh, maybe there's something that's going to happen, like, quest-wise, so that's the reason. If so, fair enough. Wouldn't want to miss it because I fast travel to the area to avoid, you know, going in circles or whatever. How do I get up there? I am on the right track, right? Yeah. So, I'll talk about the hi-fi system in a little bit, but yeah, that's... Oh my god, that is huge. Although admittedly not that tough. Yeah, it's alright. Not that tough. There we go, this is at Knott's Peak, right? That's what we're trying to reach. Left or right? Left, definitely left, otherwise I can't get up there. And then I can't get up here anyway, unless I jump. There is no reason for this wouldn't be like, you know. More navigable, shall we say. So here we go, it's somewhere around here, it's up there, right? Yeah. All the way around. Loads of needless running and backtracking and... Well... So,
I smell you.
Now, where's that damn jabber?
What? Terribly sorry, I thought you...
Vault Hunter, you magnificent bastard! You did it! Now I am truly in your debt.
Vault Hunter. My sister contacted you, didn't she?
Yep, Aurelia offered to pay me to leave Eden 6.
That damn harpy!
Anything Aurelia offers in one hand is only to distract from the knife in the other. If you set foot in that manor, she will try to kill you.
Which is why we're going.
Winnie!
Vault Hunter, you did right by us, prying Alistair from the fangs of those zealots. Now, Jacobs is true to his
gonna go
word.
pour myself a
I'll
cup of
get
water
you that
before I-
vault key,
before the
but that means
battle
both
begins.
you and I are going into that harpy's den together. The key's been in my family for generations, but the exact location, well, that's one secret my father took to his grave. You accept Aurelia's invitation and keep her distracted while I search the manor for the key.
I'm shipping off to brighter shores. Promethea, here I come.
oh, good, they're still talking. I haven't missed out on anything. Okay, so go to the Jacob's Manor, find the vault key clue. Lovely. I remember this part of the quest, I think. It was somewhere around here that I ended the previous Let's Play, I think. Well, Let's Play, not Let's Play, but you know what I'm talking about. I think, although I remember doing stuff around this general area as a whole, too. But regardless, what's the fastest way back to my vehicle? A leap. A leap is the fastest, okay.
I shall speak plainly. Aurelia is one of the wealthiest creatures in the galaxy, but do not be fooled by the fine furs and priceless jewels she wears. She has the heart of a bandit. She takes what she wants. She believes in nothing but herself. If she had the charisma of Tyrene or the cunning of Troy, she would have started her own cult long ago. She has found her true family in the Calypsos.
I feel like we need to quantify that. The cunning and charisma of the Calypso twins come from the fact that their target audience are maniacs, whose idea of poetry is screaming meat bicycle. Don't ask me how I know. So, if anything, kind of feel like you're giving them a bit too much credit. But whatever, not my place to ask, judge, or anything along those lines.
Step to the rock? Hell yeah!
Is there any particular reason for me being here? I mean, it's like a out-of-the-way area with a bunch of these critters. I don't really see a reason to go here, although my perfectionist side is showing, I suppose, and I want to explore every single bit of everything. Perchance a quest later down the line, maybe, that I'm going to be involved in? Yeah, that's... seems to be the...
Let's do this thing!
the thing.
Freaking
Well, as long as I'm here, might as well get rid of that.
Yeah, bitches!
A little bit too loud, but that's okay. Alright, so on to the main quest line. Can I seem to remember being able to do this at one point. I apologize if I'm wasting my time, and by extension yours, but I seem to remember this being a thing. That you can hop onto the... You know, you can definitely hop onto the Vic. Ah. Right, they changed it, so you just bounce around it instead. Okay. Oh wait, there is a way in. There is definitely a way in. Lover's Leap, show 'em how much you care, kill yourself. I mean... Sure, but, no thank you? Oh, and the elevator doesn't work, does it? Of course it doesn't work. Why would the elevator work? That would be useful. So instead, I drove up all the way over there to be met with an empty gate, which I can't go past, and I now need to go down the other way. Yeah, this is one of those things that I didn't find overly enjoyable about the area, but yeah, overall it's still a nice place. I think I can jump down here and then take a left and pick up a vehicle. Something smaller, preferably. Yeah, definitely can. Well, I suppose I could tell you the plan for the live stream. It is currently 2 AM in the morning. The bakery, or my favourite bakery, pastry shop, whatever you want to call it, opens at around 6. I intend to be there at 6. So, 6 AM, stream ends, I'm putting on a jacket or a coat or whatever, and I am leaving to acquire something to eat. Until then, though, this game, and by extension this stream, has my undivided attention. So, Cyclone, Police, Colours of the Republic of Serbia, just not in the correct order. Well, it's the inverted order, I suppose, but yes. And then, yeah, this is what I wanted to change. I have monowheel, I have wide, and I have blade. I'm definitely going with blade. And then we have heavy booster and sonic booster. Yeah, with heavy booster, I'm not a big fan of the sonic booster. Alright, there we go. Deploy. Beautiful. So, now I believe we jump off the left side, and... God, this isn't the most obvious thing, like where you need to be going and stuff. It really isn't. Yeah, so I jump off the left thing and I hang a right as soon as I jump. What, a right or a left? No, a left. I just misspoke. Okay. No. This is where I went last time. Check the map again. It is, I just went down the wrong way. Right? I believe so. So we turn around, we cross the bridge on our right side. That's the idea. Okay. I believe people are going to have a slight idea as to why I am unable to get myself anywhere in a motor vehicle without sat-nav. And why I pay, like, well, to be fair, especially for Europe in general, a laughable price for a mobile plan and for, you know, a sat-nav chip and for everything. I pay, like, $12 for an unlimited data plan for my phone. Mind you, it's just for the phone, and it's one device, so yeah. But it's unlimited Wi-Fi, it's unlimited data, you know, internet, whatever. It's a month, oh, sorry, not a month, it's 2 years of Deezer Premium, 2 years of, like, a streaming service platform that probably no one ever heard of because it's local, but it has a mix of stuff from Netflix, stuff from ABC, stuff from, you know, whatever. There's some good shows on there. Mainly some of the older ones. I don't think they get the very newest releases, but, you know, whatever. And then all of that is like $12, and then I have some benefits on top of that I don't really care about, but they exist. So, yeah. Overall, it's a good deal, but with the amount of times I pull the map open, I think you get an inkling as to why I need it. And why I can't go anywhere without sat-nav, because I am hopelessly lost and terrible at navigating anything, anywhere. IRL or in-game. At any rate...
Reaches for the cash. I knew you'd come. A Vault Hunter's loyalty is always for sale. Come to the manor and you'll get your money.
She does make a good point. A Vault Hunter's loyalty is on sale most of the time. But, you know... What can we do? Cash-infused executive collaborator. Yeah, keep that shotgun around just in case, because I want to try the one that launches saw blades at the ground and, you know, kills people that way. These swamp folk got secrets in spades, it seems. Help Merle figure out what the bog witch has been up to.
Hey there, I'm Merle, spelled like Hurl. Warlock of the 7th day left, practitioner of the fiery arts. Got me a right problem with this witch lives down Bog Way. I think she
So you, as a practitioner of the fiery arts, have a problem with a witch.
See if you can't find out what she's up to. Her name's Azalea Splinters, right crazy bird, that one. I need you to figure out whether she done broke her vow to the pact we's in. And that's packed with a capital P, mind you. Super secret heavy occult stuff.
Right. That's interesting. So, considering it's not going to be officially confirmed for a few months, that is until February 22nd, I think I can talk about something a little bit personal first before I get into the audio system and stuff. I am going to be fired on February 24th, I believe. Or, technically, I won't be fired because I didn't do anything wrong. In fact, I did a stellar job. I did above the Republic average when it comes to my performance and stuff, and the amount of papers I've published, and the amount of work I did in general. In fact, with the current results that I've posted just this December, I believe I am firmly above the Republic average. By, like, let's say 25% to 50%, something like that, in that region. So I definitely did a good job, I would say. Unfortunately, there are some problems within the university and within the country that are leading to about 70 people in my university probably losing their job at one point or another, and it's mostly going to be at the same point, around February 22nd. Until February 22nd, we are untouchable. Like, we have our contracts, and there is nothing anyone can do to stop those contracts, although I hear that there has been attempts to annul those contracts before they expire in other universities and other cities around the country, which is legally interesting, because I don't think they can do that. Or rather, here's the thing, they can, but they would need to prove that you've done something horrible, like, I don't know, like a criminal offense, or that you've done your job so horribly that you need to get fired or whatever. Thing is, that is the world's most difficult thing to prove. It's almost more difficult to prove than proving your life is in danger in this country, which is impossible to prove, because nothing qualifies as evidence for that. Like, personal threats to you directly or via phone or something like that do not qualify as your life being in danger, because threats are not considered as something that endangers you directly. It's a threat to violence, it's not actual violence. Getting attacked also doesn't constitute a threat to your life. because it's, legally speaking, the police is there to deal with it, so your life isn't in danger as long as the police exists, right? So it's just a little bit of a backstory, but it's the world's most impossible thing to prove. Second to that, I would say, is to prove that a researcher in a university has done a poor job during his contract, not after it expired, but during his contract, and so that he needs to the point where he needs to be fired. Because your ultimate performance evaluation comes at the end of your contract, and then you either get a new one or you don't. That's how it works. Getting terminated in the middle of it takes an extraordinary amount of effort, and you can get terminated by the Ministry of Science if they, and the only reason that you can get terminated is if they tell you that there is no more funding for your workplace. So there's no more money to give you, and so you're gonna have to get fired because of that. They have the legal right to do so, and it's stipulated in the contract that if funding runs out, they are able and they can fire you. They're able to fire you. Thing is, though, as far as we're concerned, that's not the problem. The problem, as far as we can tell, although information is very scarce and institutions and people don't talk to each other, and that's where, you know, all the problems start, but especially, like, conversations between institutions are god-awful, because the Ministry of Science says one thing, our university says another thing, and then our faculty, which is within the university, says a third thing, and then we're sort of stuck in the middle. We're supposed to have a meeting on the 11th of December to discuss all these things. I'm going to turn down the volume just a tiny bit. I'm going to turn down the volume on OBS by like 7 decibels, or like down by 7 decibels. I wanted to check the audio levels really quickly before I continue with this story. But anyways, we're supposed to have a meeting on the 11th of this month to figure out, you know, what's going on and have some things explained to us. I expect the meeting will go, you're all getting fired, goodbye. That's how I see the meeting going. But, you know, maybe I'll get pleasantly surprised and they'll be like, you know, these new rules and stuff, they don't apply to you, they only apply to the future generations. That would be great, but somehow I really doubt it. I don't think that's ever been the case, and I firmly expect that all 70 of us who work as researchers, who have done phenomenal jobs, way above the Republic average for researchers, are all getting fired. And it is what it is. I am not depressed about it, I'm not sad about it, I don't care. There are other alternatives, people with PhDs don't starve, and I have a whole bunch of slogans and plethora of prepared speeches to give you about that, but I won't. Jokes aside, though, it's a little bit scary losing a job always, because, especially with the position I'm in, I can't look for a new job until I lose the one I have, as kind of silly as that might sound. And so on the 22nd of February, I am officially going to be hungry for a little bit, right? Like, I have zero income, basically. Well, okay, not literally zero, but functionally speaking, the little side gigs that I do occasionally for research company, which researches, like, public opinion and stuff, that's like a couple of dollars a week, maybe, on average. Yeah, I think on average I get like a couple of dollars on a week on that for filling out a few forms and stuff. Polls, rather, if you will. So it's really not a big deal. And then obviously the stuff I get out of YouTube and Google and stuff is really not a lot to cover anything. I mean, occasionally I'll pay one of my bills, like the internet bill for it, or I'll pay I don't know, I'll pay for a couple of games that I bought on Steam, maybe, and that's about it. I really can't afford much else with this, with the way things are currently. And yeah, I'm not complaining, I'm just telling you how it is that after the 22nd, I am in a bit of a financial problem. That's the 22nd of February, so I have a bit of time to prepare as well, I suppose, which is certainly appreciated. But at any rate, the really depressing thing to me is that we're being lied to, and we're being treated horribly, but we're being lied to. First and foremost, a good number of us were supposed to lose our jobs anyway, because not because of anything we did, but because of something the university didn't do. So the university was supposed to do the paperwork and to have a flow of those bureaucratic paperworks in terms of extending our contracts. I'll continue after the cutscene is over.
But you still owe us a vault key.
I am working on it as we speak. Well, I will leave you to your fun. Good doing business with you, Vault Hunter.
This is awesome. We haven't really had a chance to get to know each other, huh? Ty's been doing most of the talking. She does that, right? She's the center of the galaxy, and the rest of us just sort of orbit around her. But things are changing. Freaking look at me! I've never felt this good in my life! Whoa! What is this? What is this? Your siren friend? She didn't know what she had. With this power, I can pull the stars out of the goddamn sky. You know, Tyreen says we should let you keep playing along. Yeah, a little competition gets our followers all riled up. But I'm not one of them. No, not anymore. And I'm done getting table scraps.
Fill your hands, you zealot scum!
Huh? Oh, I'm a
Thank you for that.
Come and get me, you rat-faced bastard! New plan. You search the cabaret. I'll keep this punk-ass rat boy running around like a jabber with its bum on fire.
That's a good plan, I'm gonna be honest with you. I like that plan, where I don't have to fight the big boss. And I just have to run around and search for stuff in place. That's good. Anyways, as I was saying, the bureaucratic flow of paperwork was supposed to continue, and whatever paperwork we had, for example, a request to extend our contracts, that was supposed to go through. None of that went through because the university was on strike, and it was blockaded by students and protests and stuff like that, and it didn't do, none of the paperwork went through. Interestingly enough, even after all the protests were done and the university started working normally, you know, with exams, with lectures and stuff, the paperwork was still being halted, except this time it was being halted by the person in charge of the university. He refused to work in a sort of counter-protest, because from what I understand, he's interesting.
Got a dead guy here, Wainwright.
Indeed we do. I mean, I don't want to speak without actually being able to verify this 100%, so I won't say anything more on the topic, but from what I've heard, it is some type of counter-protest, and the idea was that because of certain disagreements within the administration of the faculty, there were or some misunderstandings or whatever, there was another delay in terms of the bureaucratic paperwork and stuff. The problem is, if your contract is expiring, you need 6 months to request a new one and to get transferred over to the higher position in academia. So that process takes 6 months. In order to be able to apply for that process, I need to fulfill certain requirements. Now, in order to fulfill those certain requirements, I need the university to work. So you see the problem we're in. Everything's sort of stuck now. I can't request this paper because I can't request that paper because I can't get that because the university doesn't work. It's sort of a convoluted problem. And once we stated this in the previous meeting that we had, with the board and the people in charge of the research center and everything. They said, we don't care, the university worked normally, and even if it didn't, you could have done your jobs normally, and because you do most of your jobs from home, and we don't care about any of the problems you have, word for word. Except that's not true, because, well, for so many reasons. I mean, one, a lot of the researchers are also engaged in lectures, so not attending lectures, but they hold lectures to students. They are part of the teaching process in academia, right, and in the university. So that doesn't hold on that account alone, and then there's a whole plethora of other things that I don't really want to get into now, but it would suffice to say that wasn't necessarily true. It is true that we work from home, and that if the university physically is blockaded and you cannot enter it, that does not mean that we cannot enter our workspace. But we still depend on the paperwork from the university, right? On top of that, with the whole disastrous social and political situation in the country, everything slowed down. And I don't mean just the university and the paperwork, I mean the peer reviews, the magazines, the releases of various scientific articles, all things you need in order to conduct your job properly, right? And then, just for these reasons alone, a lot of people would have lost their jobs already. Some of my closest friends and I would have lost our jobs, and we accepted this as like, yeah, we work here until February 22nd, and then we'll go find either another research center or an institute or something like that, and we're just gonna move on from there, right? Who cares? I need to consult the... Where is it? I need to consult the build for this. I think for this stream, we're going to go down the green tree, because we haven't really done that yet. And I'm not sure what the green tree does, so... There we go. Alright, I prefer not to know, honestly. It's a little bit too convoluted for me. I'm going to be brutally honest with you. So, anywho, we were supposed to... We figured that, our jobs are forfeit because of the whole situation, and we're just going to find something else to do. Thing is, though, that was a certain number of people. We didn't know how many, because we don't really have contact with all of the researchers. We don't really know all of them on a first-name basis. I mean, there's 70 of us, and we come from different walks of life, we come from different cities, and we don't really get to meet that often, so yeah, we don't really talk much between each other. Although we started, after these problems started appearing, we exchanged information, we formed a work group, work-related group on a social media platform, and so on and so forth. So anyways, besides the point. What happened today, was it yesterday? No, it was today. It was just early in the morning, and I slept and had a nap in the afternoon. So it feels like yesterday to me. So what happened today, early in the morning, is the entire university changed the rulebook completely on what you need in order to achieve a higher position in academia. Thing is, they're not allowed to do that if it contradicts the republic's, the state's requirements. If the state's requirements are lower, meaning they require fewer things from you and are easier than the faculty's requirements, then the state's requirements take priority. Right? That's how the law is written, and I looked it up, and I read this. It's very clearly defined. It's not even, sort of obfuscated behind some legal jargon or whatever. No, it's very... It's written kind of in layman terms, right? It's very easy to understand. And it even says easier. Now, it doesn't define what easier means, but we all know what it means, right? Fewer papers, lower category of papers, less things to do, right? Numerically speaking, less things that you need to do. It's pretty easy to understand, all things considered. So, as a result, we thought to ourselves, well, right, we can just appeal to the Republic Authority and we're golden, right? Kind of. The problem is, as it turns out, we can get the title. The title isn't the problem. The problem is the salary. Because having a title and being employed are not the same thing. The university will give us the title, no questions asked whatsoever, and in fact this was confirmed to us on multiple occasions. The university will not stand in the way of us getting a title. Let me translate that to you. If they do, they will be shut down and everyone in that building will be fired because it's illegal, right? So it's not out of the kindness of their heart that they're doing it, it's literally the fact that they cannot, even if they wanted to, right? Like, there is a higher instance above them which controls these things. However, in terms of salary and employment, they can impose extra conditions on top of you getting the title that you need to fulfill in order to get a salary, in order to be hired in the position and to have, you know, to be in that workplace. And so they changed the conditions this morning, around a month before everyone's contracts expire. And they changed them in such a way that there is no physical way possible for you to meet those demands from now until the expiring of your contract. So what did they add? They added that you need 2 papers submitted in twice the higher level of, what do you call that? Scientific journal than previously. Which means if you had 4 or 5 papers submitted in a lower category, they do not mean anything. All your papers in lower categories than the new one that they've sort of arbitrarily set now mean absolutely nothing. Right. Oops. And then on top of that, because that wasn't enough, because some people might even have those categories just because they produced good papers and like exceptionally high quality papers of international value, not national, international value. Just in case there are people which in the last 2 or 3 years produced 2 such papers, they added another condition on top of that. Which is, at one point in your employment over the last 3 years, you had to have participated in a project, in a special project led by the university, or created by the university. Sorry, created by the faculty, not the university. There's a difference. First glaring issue, what does that mean? What constitutes a special project of the faculty? Because if you want to get technical, our whole jobs are a form of special project. Right? Because it's not a permanent thing that has existed always, right? It's officially legally defined as a project. Now, a project that is supposed to last for decades and maybe even indefinitely, if there is enough funding for it, but it is defined as a project. First thing. Second thing, there are these university-led scientific meetings and discussions and publications and whole, like, what do you call them, magazines and paper collections and stuff that the university reviews, publishes, edits, and stuff like that. All of us participated in that. And there are several levels to them. So there is a lower level for people that are just starting out. There is a higher level for people that already have PhDs or are aspiring to them, and so on and so forth. I participated in all of them. Right? Several times, in fact. Does this count? Probably not. The way it's worded, probably not. Probably what they mean is something that the university, or sorry, again, faculty, not university, something that the faculty itself calls a special project. And what the faculty calls a special project you can't participate in Loot Boxer. We are definitely gambling a lot of this money away. Sorry. We're not gambling any more money away because I think I hit the jackpot and the reward was terrible. Anyways, the biggest problem... I'll get back to you in a second.
Yes! Feel my power run through you!
Sick burn, bro.
Scrubs out,
all right.
cups out.
Oh? I was gonna say, there's one enemy I can't immediately destroy with a sniper rifle, but no, I am kind of wrong. He will fall down as easily as the rest.
Down, cub.
Whatever. Kill as many anointed as you want. I'll keep making them. My army is endless. But you know what? I've got more important crap to do.
Boom.
Right. Now that the rat boy's out of our
Okay,
hands,
that's interesting.
business. The trapdoor to my
I want to take that weapon and test it out, because it's a legendary, and I doubt that it's going to be bad. Not a big fan of that, though. Not a big fan of that either. Oh, and I just realised I need to rearrange my weapons too. This needs to go there. There we go. Okay, so anyways, as I was saying, I believe it's those projects that they're referring to, although, again, we will have a meeting about this and we will see. If it's true, that is the single scummiest move this university has pulled, because those projects are on an invite basis. And very, very, very few people got to attend those. It's not a project that you can just sign up for and say, right, I want to do this. No. It's a project you're invited to. You see the problem? Because if you have to be invited to it, it means they get to choose who gets to be invited, they get to choose who ultimately keeps the job, right? Big problem, not sure how legal it is to have one of the requirements be something that is physically unachievable for you unless you're lucky enough to get invited. Like, I'm not sure, considering this is a state-run university, I'm not sure how legal it is for them to do that. We will see, we will look into it. I know someone in a different university sued the university and won, and is now, well, not set for retirement, but almost set for retirement, because the university had to cash out an incredible amount of money, not just for the pay that she was owed, the pay that they refused to give her, the full contract that they refused to give her, and then on top of that, legal fees, and then on top of that, I think they had to pay for, like, the stress and the wasted time in academia and stuff, which is, well, we all know it's priceless, right? Not really, but you can say that and get away with it, right? And so, yeah, she was like, you didn't just cost me a contract, you costed me valuable time in scientific development and in my life, and etc., etc. And so, yeah, the court ordered them to pay everything.
the presets for the stage. Look around for some clues as to which props need to be out.
Oh, God. Okay, I think it's... No, definitely not him. It's gonna be Jack. It's gonna be this, and it's gonna be... Oh, I can switch between them. Right, never mind. How do I do this? I won't be able to do it until I finish the story, so let me just do that, and then I'll focus on the task at hand. So, first things first. Don't know how legal it is. Second of all, if that's true, that means that we're all getting fired, like all 70 of us. Certainly, that's what it feels like. And yeah. What can you do about that at that point? It's you know, highly unfortunate, but. Oh, this is something of a sprinkler gun more than an actual gun with fast-firing bullets. Okay, not the biggest fan, but okay.
My father kept posters of his favorite plays in the theater. See if one of them...
Okay, so it's gonna be Handsome Jack. It's probably not gonna be the Bandit, right? It's probably going to be that guy.
I know. My father always loved Typhon de Leon and the Vault Ruins. Find the poster for that and set it up on stage.
Typhoon Delion and the First Vault. So we need Typhoon Delion, we need the Vault, and we need... Well, we're going to need something else as well, so it's not going to be Handsome Jack. Okay, there's the Vault, there's Typhoon Delion, Pandora's in the background.
Father idolized Typhon de Leon. Find his poster and try recreating it.
It's gonna be this, right?
You've done it. That
Yep,
trapdoor on
there we go.
stage leads right to my father's study. Hurry, you've got to search it.
Yep, will do. Just let me see if there's anything I missed in the house, which is kind of difficult to believe I did, because I really don't think so, but yeah. Search for the clue. Where is that? That is over there. I can do that. I can go back here and then search for the clue later. Okay. No problem. No problem whatsoever.
What am I looking for down here?
There we
I'm
go.
not entirely sure. My father said he kept all his records down there. Look for something record-like.
Record-like. It's not going to be record-like. At any rate, that's more or less it as far as the job situation is concerned. Not ideal. Scummy and strange at the same time. Not to speak of how we were treated generally. I mean, suffice to say, I'm not overly excited about the treatment we received in terms of how they addressed us as academic citizens. At one point we were told, as a group, like all 70 of us, that we are lazy and pampered children, and that we should return all the money that the state has given us because we act like that. That is what we were told. Bearing in mind that there are people ages of 30 to 40 in this room, and there are some younger folks like me who are almost 30. Yeah. Thing is, though, we really didn't care. Because the pay's good, the work hours are interesting. They're not good, they're dynamic, and so you can, you know, organize your life as you see fit most of the time. And so, yeah, generally the working conditions were pretty good, and I like the job. Don't get me wrong; it's one of the best jobs I ever had. And if I can, I would like to continue doing said job elsewhere, maybe if this falls through and you know doesn't sort itself out somehow, or we don't come to some sort of compromise or whatever. But that's the thing. Okay, do I need this? I don't think I need this. No, I don't. Guns, though, or pistols specifically, I am interested in. Because the fire rate on this thing is pretty amazing. It is a COV gun, though, so don't like those. Malawan guns are not bad. Fire rate is not great. This one's not great either. Nah, okay, we're skipping. Never mind.
Very well. Let me at least explain myself. You mean nothing to me, so I sold you to the Calypso twins. But
Whoa!
I will get the vault key, because I'm rich, and rich people get what they want.
Another sniper rifle. Even better than the one I have? Excuse me, but don't mind if I already did. Just drop this and swap this out. It's a very alien-looking weapon. Goes from semi-auto to shotgun, which is an interesting choice for a sniper rifle. But okay. Okay. I am happy with this. I am. Okay. I still need to look for the clue thing, don't I? That's the one task I skipped. Yeah, that's the one task I have over here that I need to do. Oh, it can freeze people as well. It's a good weapon, this. Let's check out the
Better luck next life.
rifle. I like the rifle too. Okay. They're a bit wacky, these guns, for a lack of a better word. Wait, do they explode on... Yeah, they do. It's like a... It's not a rifle, it's a grenade launcher. With some AoE capabilities. That's good. That's interesting. I was given the opportunity to take something from here. I saw the pop-up, don't lie to me.
Whoa! Looks like someone wants a chew toy for a Saurian. I get it, we're delicious. With that ultra
Now,
premium grade
there is a tyrant there, and we could pick a fight with it. No, who am I kidding? Of course we're picking a fight with it.
Way to maul him!
Honestly, I expected so much more from the tyrant. So much more. Instead, I have to be honest with you, I'm a little bit disappointed. Granted, this is not New Game Plus or anything like that, so fair is fair and all that, but still, I expected a little bit more, I think. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we found the Typhoon drop. Unfortunately, we don't have all the logs yet, so I can't open it. Slight problem, that. Very slight problem. Okay. Question, how do I get out of here and back to the task I missed in the most efficient way possible?
Cool, Vault Hunter. Her being a right powerful dog practitioner and all.
I hate to say it, but I think the best way we do it is just forget about it. Okay. So, yeah, here we go. Meet Azalea.
Hey, heard you need help with something?
Hello?
Oh, you must be the new errand runner I called for. Excellent. Oh, gather some
Sure,
green swallow
errand runner,
mushrooms
that's
so
me.
that I might perfect my brew. My little truffle hunter Pippi will show you where to find him. But Pippi still don't know the difference between the green mushrooms and the red ones. Only bring me the green ones, okay, dear?
What do you reckon? We sabotage this and bring the wrong ones? See what happens? I mean, do I trust Merle more than I trust whatever the hell that was? That's the ultimate question. Now, Merle is a simple man. Oh, and I already cleared this place out, so the poor bugger doesn't have much to worry about, does he? Okay, good. So I can talk about my job and keep complaining about it. I'm kidding, obviously. Although it does sound progressively like complaining. At any rate, there is something to be learned from this monologue of mine, right? And what is to be learned is that life isn't fair, and that you will get into situations like that, and that it's fine. If you can't change it, if you can't fight it legally speaking in a court of law or whatever, move on, go somewhere else. Just know your worth, right? Know what you can do and what you bring to the job market, to the workplace, or whatever. That's enough. That's enough. And if people are going to mistreat you and don't give you the respect you deserve for the job that you do, sod them, right? Go somewhere where they will. Because there are places that will. And yeah. Besides, isn't it like the golden rule nowadays to keep switching jobs every few years? Because the salary increase you get via switching jobs is often way higher than you would get, like, raises in other situations. For me, it doesn't really apply because it's a state-funded thing, so the salary is more or less the same anywhere you go, but, you know, we get regular increases as well, so fair enough. I'm relatively happy.
Oh, yes! You got enough swamp blooms for my, purpose.
I think the most depressing thing for me is I'm relatively happy given the fact that I don't have a PhD yet. But the most depressing thing for me is that I know what salary people who have PhDs doing the same job as me do have. And, well, that was a sentence and a half. But, yeah, that's the, that's the nasty stuff for me, right? That our salaries are way closer than they should be, like... I think I gain around, what is it, converted to euros, I get around 800, 850, something like that. People with PhD get like 950 maybe. I don't think they reach 1,000. Maybe 1,000, alright? Mind you, my salary is with a master's degree. Nobody cares that I'm doing my PhD studies and lectures and stuff. That doesn't count for anything in terms of your salary. And so, the difference is really meh.
She betrayed the pact. Well, nothing for it now but to take her out. That gate takes real good, but old Merle foresaw this dark turn. Bring me them extra small room, and we'll take care of that burly gate. Well, now it ain't no wonder why she broke her vows to the pact. Worshipping them signs.
The pact. First time he says it's not that funny. When he keeps saying it, it kind of gets funnier, not gonna lie. Alright, click, 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 click. It's a very clicky weapon, this Jacob's grenade launcher. And I'll be honest with you, I appreciate that. I do. I like clicky weapons. Oh, speaking of clicky, I was going to make a video on the AK and taking it out to the range and shooting it. There was a problem. First of all, there was a bunch of people at the range, so I didn't really want to bother anyone with, you know, my recordings and stuff. So I'll do it when there's fewer people at the range. 1, 2. There was a problem with the gun itself, and the way the factory fitted the sight, so that needed to be completely removed, stripped, and refitted. Which, luckily, there is a guy there that does it for you. Charges you like $20 for it, which is, to be honest, like 10 minutes worth of work. It seems a bit excessive, but okay, I'm not gonna complain. He did a banger job, so fair enough. But, yeah, like... it took a while to fix all that, and by the time we were trying to sight the gun, I completely forgot that I was going to record this whole interaction, because I was immersed in this whole conversation of, this is a good gun, but it's inaccurate. Why is it inaccurate? It really shouldn't be. Let's try and fix it. And, yeah, turns out I kind of overestimated its accuracy. I thought at 300 meters it would be able to hit a man-sized target. And I mean, technically possible. It's just that your groupings at 300 meters are going to be a bit, well, shite. And it's not much fun to shoot it like that, because at that point you're sort of guessing at random where the bullets are going to go. You're going to hit a barn, you're going to hit a house at 300 meters, don't get me wrong, and in the sense of it being an assault rifle, quote-unquote, whatever that means. And I've voiced my grievances with the term before, but, you know, in that sense of it just being like a military rifle, sure, hitting the broadside of a barn at 400, 500 meters is enough. It's not a DMR, it's not, you know, it's not a long-range gun, its effective range is meant to be between 100 and 200 meters. And it is. At 100 meters, the groupings were perfect, everything was fine. The group was as big as my red dot, which is green, so green dot, but you know what I mean, they're usually referred to as red dot sights. So anyways, shot the gun, loved it, after it was all fitted properly, fixed, etc., etc. That was an awesome experience. Everything was great, and then I just completely forgot to record. Honestly, I want to do like a short at least for the channel, because long videos just aren't worth it. The algorithm really hates videos about guns, and so confining it to the shorts channel I think is a little bit better. Oh, we have a boss fight. Boss fight's over. Oh no, he's healing. Oh no, he's evolving. Oh, whatever, he's dead. Okay, cool. No reward for it, though? Like, on the ground? Like, you know, him dropping legendary weapons or something? No, none of that? Okay. I mean, not gonna complain. I picked up, like, was it 1 or 2 legendaries in the hour that I'm streaming, so... No, not complaining, just asking. Let's go back to Merle. At any rate, we fixed it up, and then I tried to shoot some gongs at 200 meters, and they're like tiny little metal, well, tiny, they're not really tiny, but they're like metal plates, and I tried to shoot them at 200 meters. I only spent like 5 or 6 rounds trying to do it. The problem is I don't see where the bullet is going, because if I put my dot on the gong itself, it covers about half of it, so... technically speaking, I should be able to hit it. The problem is, I mean, even by blind sheer luck, I should be able to hit it like, you know, 1 out of 10 times. However, excuse me, El Dragon Jr. Okay, compañero. Legendary artifact. And a very cool looking pistol. You can't deny it that it's one of the coolest looking pistols. Okay, here's the thing. I need to sell all of this, and then we can talk about it. Legendary artifact. El Fuego. Interesting. Certainly interesting. And I would like to pick up this pistol if for no other reason than the fact that it looks really neat. Oh, it's one of those... Oh, it's not a charge-up pistol. It's like Oh, I like it. I like it enough to give it a skin. What was it? Inspect, right? Inspect, and then weapon skin. Let's give it Black Dragon or the black and white. Let's go with the black and white. Oh yeah, that's much nicer. Okay, so I'm gonna deposit the red blossoms.
Told ya. Now I went and packed some of that bone brew down in this here nade chucker. Should help you break into her bog, destroy her cauldrons, and rid us of that foul witch once and for good.
Alright, give it here.
Now, go get her. Those who turn from the pact must be punished with excommunication from life, also known...
Excommunication from life. I like that. I do. Sacked. Look, search for a clue. That's what we're doing next. We're going back into the manor, because I forgot about that quest, and it's actually kind of interesting and funny if I remember right, although I don't know if I did it to the end or just parts of it, but yeah, it was amusing. We're doing this one. Anyways. So, where was I? Well, I mean, that pretty much wraps up my train of thought, to be brutally honest with you. Let me just check where I need to go for this bridge, and then that way. Alright, we're basically just doing another rerun of the whole mansion, more or less. Okay, hold on, I need to check. I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to get up this. Because there's a hole, right? Yeah, there's no way of getting up there from here. That's a bit of a problem. That's a bit of a problem. How do we get up there? How did I get up there? Was it via the other way? Huh. Okay, well, let's equip the Black Flame instead of the... Oh, instead of the pistol, because the pistol's more of a curiosity than a proper weapon. And then we can destroy the vat, sure.
Careful down there. Been seeing all manner of strange frightfuls coming and going out of her place recently.
Strange, and what would you classify El Fuego as? Oh, sorry, no, what was his name? Something El Drajon. Yeah, him. That you would say is not strange, huh? Side note, this is the second
Let the lead fly, soldier girl.
person in the game that experimented on Tinks within the same, I want to say, 6 or 8 hours of the game. That's 6 or 8 hours if you're being a perfectionist and doing all the side quests and everything. Hate to be that person, but it kind of feels like the game has a thing against Tinks. Don't know why. Kind of seems like it. Okay, what do I need to explode those things? Alright.
You'll pay for these trespasses, Bolt Thief.
No, I won't.
It's yet incomplete.
Trust me, something's telling me I will not.
Iron Bear, to me!
Take your time. Tell Tyrene I'm sorry.
Hell yeah, Cub, let's go!
Into the holy tray.
Keep it up and you'll have to face me.
That's the whole idea. That's why I'm doing all of this.
I'm warning you, Bolt Thief. Just leave now and I might let you live.
Time to chop this meat.
No, don't recommend it. Not the smartest thing. Letting me live. Chances are I'll come back like 6 levels stronger, and then it's just embarrassing. Now it looks like a boss fight area, but then it would be just, you know. Right. There's the last one. Beautiful. So I've noticed. Any words of advice now that I've made her absolutely batshit insane? Yeah, more like fate of all those who cross me, but yeah, but fine. I'll let you enjoy the moment of glory. I'm having a hard time believing that the non-legendary weapon is better than the legendary weapon. So I am going to investigate this real quick. I just want to check stream stats and stuff. Right. Hyperfocus XZ41 is a level 21 weapon compared to what I just picked up, which is... Because I didn't pick it up. I did not pick it up. So, compared to this, weapon shield capacity, that can be changed. Damage to projected front-facing shield reflects bullets back at the attacker. That's good. But as far as everything else is concerned, I mean, the damage is more or less the same. The fire rate is a little bit higher. The magazine's a little bit lower. It's not better, is it? Oh, it's a little bit better. Well, with the rate of fire, it is probably going to be a little bit better. Let's test it out. Oh, I love this. It's not fair, because this is the exact same setup I have on my gun. Well, the dot looks a little bit different, but the red dot with the magnifier, it's exactly the same setup I have, and now I love this gun for a personal reason, more so than anything else. This feels so good, man. It just feels so good to use. It is ridiculous. Anywho. Definitely. I wish there was a bigger magazine. 19 rounds is not a lot. But what can you do? Whatever, we don't need to kill all of them. Let's get out of here. Just wasting time anyway. So... as far as the university stuff is concerned, like I said, I'm pretty sure I covered all of it. If some, new development happens by the end of February, I will probably make a video on it, because it is one of the most important things out there, but, we will see. What sort of has me worried is that other universities are facing kind of similar problems, just different, right? But generally speaking, researchers at these universities are being treated horribly and being threatened with getting fired and stuff, and again, not for the reasons that you might expect of them, not doing a good enough job or whatever. That's never sort of been put into question. Or, I mean, it is when they suddenly overnight decide to change what the criteria is for one thing or another, and then all of a sudden, it's you haven't done a good enough job, but
Come get some.
You change the criteria midway through, that doesn't really count as your complaint, right? It's obviously something else is going on. And so, if that's true, then I don't know. I don't know why. That's sort of my biggest mystery here that I would like answered to me. Why is this such a big problem? Because it feels like it shouldn't be. I mean, we get paid from the ministry, the university benefits by taking a cut of our paychecks every single month. They get financial incentive to keep us working, we get financial incentive in terms of salaries and good work hours, and, well, as a relative thing, right? There were times when I didn't sleep for a few days to get some jobs, to get some, papers out and stuff, but, all things considered, it's, It's a mystery to me, because I don't see any reason why they would want to fire anyone. Because it doesn't seem like a budget problem. In fact, from what I know, it's not a budget problem unless someone's lying to us, in which case, well, what do you want me to do? But, I don't know. Is it a question of someone's being overloaded with work of managing this project and not being paid for it, and so they want to reduce their own workload? And their idea of reducing their own workload is firing 70 people, in which case, what the hell? But also, sure, there are other ways around that. Surely, right? No. And even if there weren't, like, I get the feeling that there is a certain level of transparency that you are owed as an individual within academia, within a certain age group that you are in, right? Like, we're not students, we're not children, there are people with families out there whose lives depend on their jobs. There are people who have loans that they need to pay and stuff, and, the fact that continuously this job has sort of been in the balance. It's, Hello, Juggernaut. Good to be here. I'm coming in the middle of the issue. Give me a brief. Well, the TLDR is, I've been talking about this for a while, apparently, as things stand currently, all 70-ish or so of the researchers of my university are going to get fired, myself included, on the 22nd of February. Because they just changed, literally this morning, the criteria that you need in order to get the next step up, sort of, the next contract and the next title within the university, and to keep the job. They will give you the title regardless of the changes of the criteria, but you won't get to keep the job unless you meet the new criteria. The problem is, again, the TLDR, is that it's physically impossible to meet the criteria within this time frame. Even if you already meet the criteria, they added something that makes it so that even if you meet the criteria, there is one extra step that you need to do that you can't do because you weren't invited to it. Basically, they demand that you participate, that you have participated up until this point in a special project that the university organizes. Thing is, those projects were invite only, and you couldn't sign up for them, and I know of like 4 or 5 people that participated in them. So, by no fault of our own, about 70 people are going to get severed. Unless, this doesn't apply to us, and it's only for future generations, and there's going to be restructuring and stuff like that. We don't know. There's going to be a meeting on the 11th of December. So in, in like a week or so, maybe a bit less. And so we'll know more there, definitely, and then we'll ask questions. But generally, how we've been treated, and I know that other universities are having somewhat similar issues, I'm not overly optimistic about that meeting, shall we say. And so, really, I mean, most of us expected this to happen, especially with the last few meetings and how they went, because at one point we were called, let me just get the quote right, pampered and spoiled stipendists who should return every single euro, or every single dollar, whatever you prefer, of money that they've received from the government. This was done to a group of people that are ages between 30 and 40 that have kids and loans and, you know, not a group of preschool children. I mean, it's just hilarious to even say something like that. It's become something of an internal joke around the university, right? But we've been treated horribly, and the thing is, we didn't really care because words, right? We don't really care what they say. Our paychecks are on time, and we do our jobs, and, like, I mean, me specifically, if I want to take a look at myself, I think, I'm above 50% above the Republic norm when it comes to the amount of papers published and stuff. So I could not care less what they think about me. Like, you know, whatever. Say what you will. This affects me not at all. I know some people were pretty shook up about it, but, like, I'm, you know, whatever. Does the team have any representation? Technically speaking, yes. There is a union. However, the union was contacted on multiple occasions, and they said, you know, we will try and work on the issue or whatever, but we're kind of powerless. Which, you know, how do I put this? Leads me to believe that this union isn't much of a union at all, and is more of a scam to get people's money, which is why I didn't really sign up for said union anyway. And then, like, a day later, I find out that whatever the union does applies, whatever agreement the union gets between the university and the workers applies to all the workers, whether they're part of the union or not. So there's literally no reason to be in the union. I mean, unless you want to get involved with the actual decision-making and negotiations and stuff like that, and people that want to get involved in that, you know, be my guest, fine. But outside of that, there is no reason to pay the membership for the union, so... like, whatever. At any rate, though, that's the main thing, and I'm not really upset about it. Again, this is something that most of us have expected will happen at some point or another. And so the only real issue is that until we get properly fired, or technically speaking, just legally speaking, we can't get fired. Because in order to fire someone from the current position that we're in, you would need to prove that we haven't done a good enough job, and that is the hardest thing to prove in the universe currently. We can just get... our contracts can just expire, and we don't get a new contract or an extension on our contract. That can happen without any legal hassles from the university's side of things. So that's probably what's going to happen, and we were ready for it, like we were expecting it. The only real issue... any extensions or grandfather clauses as it pertains to the new standards? Great question. They didn't say anything, which is going to be that's going to be our main topic of conversation for the meeting on the 11th. Because, I mean, it's less than 2 months away from everyone's contract expiring. Almost everyone, right? Give or take like 2-3 people, but there's 70 of us in there whose contracts are expiring. And we have a work group, Viber group thing for the researchers, and someone asked the question, okay, so does anyone actually have all of these new requirements? Does anyone fulfill all these new requirements? One person said, maybe, but I'm not sure what the fourth requirement refers to. And so we have, out of the 70 of us, one person maybe fulfills all of the requirements. Maybe. Maybe not. You know, we're really not sure what the last one means, but it's just hilarious. To me, it seems like an obvious just scheme to get rid of everyone. Just give them conditions that they physically cannot fulfill, and not fire them, because you can't do that, but just don't give them contract extensions or new contracts because they don't meet the new requirements. I checked, the university is legally allowed to do this. They're not allowed to withhold the title from us, because the conditions for the title that you have within academia is governed by the state. It's not governed by your professor, it's not governed by the current administration of the university or the faculty, and from what I understand, it's the faculty that we have the problem with. Not even the whole university, so, yeah, whatever. But, you know, we will get the title, we just won't get the job and the salary that comes with it. But, obviously, that's not necessarily the worst thing, because we can seek employment elsewhere, in a different faculty, in a different country, with the same title, you know, because those are pretty much universal. a PhD is a PhD is a PhD, right? And so are some of the lower titles from there, like that you get, and even I mean, it's ridiculous. I had an invitation from Slovenia 3 years ago to come and work for them after I already signed the contract for my own country. But I could have cancelled that contract and went to work for Slovenia. They gave me a 4-year contract with, I don't know the exact salary, but a much higher salary. The only reason, well, there was 2 reasons I didn't do it. One was stupid patriotism, where I wanted to stay within my country, trying to help develop, you know, as little and as I can, try and contribute to the scientific development of my country and you know, work here and blah blah blah. The other reason is I'm not sure how I would write those papers for Slovenia and what exactly the terms and conditions would be, because I can't write papers in Slovenian. I mean, it's a similar enough language I can understand it, but I can't write papers in it for science. It's a bit much. So would I then have to write them in English? To be fair, it's probably easier for me than writing them in my native language at that point. Most of the literature is in English anyway, so like, who cares? But I wasn't sure how any of that worked, and in order to find out, I would first have to cancel the contract that I already have, which is stupid, because if it's like a job interview, you're supposed to just be able to go and ask, right? But you couldn't, so I was like, you know, I'm not going to risk it, whatever. This is fine, and the salary is fine, given the work hours, and given the fact that we don't have a 9-to-5 office job, you know, you just have certain requirements that you need to meet by the end of the year, and yeah, all things considered, that's all right. I was like, I'm happy with this for now, and I'll work on my PhD, and then when I'm done with that, I'll see. You know, I can move. Maybe I'll even get even better offers, and etc. etc. So yeah, I imagine there is a Ministry of Education, kind of like our DOE here in the US. Standards are codified and time limits are scheduled, that sort of thing. Exactly. There is a Ministry of Education, which codifies the standards for education. Yeah, no shit, Juggernaut. What I mean is, they codify the standards for schools. So, primary school, high school, stuff like that. The Ministry of Science, for us, is the one that codifies... I can't go through here. How do I... right, there's the door. The Ministry of Science is the one that's in charge of us, so to speak. So they codify the time limits, the conditions and stuff. That's not the issue, because the Ministry of Science will give us the title. No questions asked. I fulfilled the conditions to receive the next title, like, I don't know, a year ago maybe? Okay, maybe a bit less, but whatever, like ages ago, right? Ages ago. The problem is, even if we get the title, we might not necessarily get the job at the university associated with the title. Because for the job and for the salary, they are allowed to demand extra things on top of the title itself and what you need for the title itself. Which is a bit unfortunate for us, but yeah, that's the... It's actually not even that brief of a version of it. But yeah, that's I guess the TLDR of it, which is slightly lengthier than perhaps I would like, but yeah, there you go. That's the situation, and I don't know what's going to happen, and really none of us do. But like I said, we're not overly worried about it. The only problem is I can't really look for another job until I lose the one I have due to the way the whole legal system around it is framed, right? And so, yeah, that's a bit of a bummer, and that makes things a little bit uncomfortable, and it gives you some anxiety, right? Because come February 22nd, we are now all hungry, all 70 of us, because we do not have a dime in our pockets other than, you know, our savings. No salary is coming, that's it. And so, you know, at that point, it's like you scramble to find a job, and unless you have savings, it's a little bit tricky to wait for a good opportunity, or to, you know, wait for all the invitations, or to search and to research everything that you need, and etc. etc. It becomes a bit you get a bit of pressure, right? Needlessly so, but that's just the way the system works, and not much we can do about that. But, you know, I'm not complaining over it, just, it's just stupid, and it doesn't need to be, right? There's no need for any of this to happen like it's happening. The one thing that is a complete mystery to me is why we're being treated the way we are. Because clearly, from what I understand here, the reason all of this is happening is to get us fired. Like, give them impossible time limits, give them impossible conditions that none of them meet, and fire them. My question is why? And this is something that we tried to get answers for, both from the ministry, both from our faculty, from the administration, from the university. One institution, or is it nationwide? Yes. So here's the thing. Our particular institution appears to, at least from what I can tell, have it the worst with the largest layoff and stuff. But there have been similar enough problems around the country as well. Some of it probably is connected to the fact that faculties had a difficult time operating during the strikes and the general public upheaval about corruption and stuff, and there were all sorts of problems, and bureaucracy got bogged down, and it's not just that, but also research papers got stuck in sort of limbo often because there was nobody to review them. Magazines that publish those articles and stuff, they also worked incredibly slowly because, you know, the whole social upheaval and problems and arrests and riots on the street and stuff like that, so everything sort of crawled to a halt, and I'm guessing part of the reason is that, but I don't understand why you would want to fire people that give nothing but benefits to the university. Because the university doesn't pay us, right? We're not taking money out of the university's bank. We're taking money out of the government's bank, specifically from the Department of Science. Now, I'm not a particularly lazy person. I called, officially, the Department of Science. There is a phone number, you can call them. You have to go through, like, 2 secretaries until you get to someone meaningful, but I understand that it's fair. Not everyone can just call, you know, with whatever stupid questions. So, fair enough. I call and I'm like, hi, my name is so-and-so, I work there and there, this is my title, I would like some information about our salaries and the financial situation that we find ourselves in, particularly my institution and the people I work with. And it's like, yeah, we'll give you this information, no problem. I'm like, I understand you can't maybe go into specifics or numbers or where they come from or whatever, but my question is, I put this more eloquently, but my question basically was, sorry, the person passing out drunk just distracted me. I was like, is there a problem with the finances? Like, that's ultimately all that we want to know, right? Is there a problem with funding? Is there a lack of funding, and is that why our faculty is trying to get rid of us in different means? The answer I got from the Ministry of Science, which, by the way, is one of the parties in the contract that I have. And in fact, it's kind of the main party, right? I work for the for the Ministry of Science via my faculty, not the other way around. It's just that the faculty does get to dictate some terms of the employment and stuff. But at any rate, bit of a power struggle there, if you ask me. But at any regardless, I asked them a question, and they tell me they have an excess in the budget, and that they would very much like to hire more people, but they don't know where to find them. So this is the exact opposite of what we're being told at the university, and generally how the university is acting. This is just the exact opposite. So we're being told that money is tight, that the university is scared that at one point the ministry will stop financing this project that we work under, and they will force the university to finance all of the researchers from its own pockets, and the university doesn't have that kind of money. And I understand that, and we even said, like, right, if that's the case, if the money from for our salaries from the Ministry of Science runs dry, and we no longer, the university is no longer receiving those checks, we have no problem with this being told to us, we'll even resign. Like, you don't have to fire us, we will resign. We really will. Like, we can come to this agreement. Just leave us alone, let us work while the Ministry is funding us. We understand that this is not a permanent thing, right? We understand that this is not a God-given position at work. As long as this is economically viable, we will work for this. When it no longer becomes economically viable, we'll seek a different solution. Is it the return on publication or someone not marketing publications well as the value stream these days, you know? Here's the thing. For my country specifically, there's not much of a market economy there. And what I mean by that is most of the publications and most of the marketing and everything falls down to the government. And so does the funding. And so it's not like we're working for a particular market that then pays us or the university or the Ministry of Science or whatever for the work that we do. It's all sort of handled internally by the Ministry of Science and the Ministry of Culture. And it's tax dollars, basically, that pay for all of this. And the idea is, well, the idea makes sense quite a bit, because if it wasn't like that, the most valued papers wouldn't be the best ones, it would be the economic ones, right? Because there's very little economic value in me writing to you about Shakespeare or writing to you about William Gibson and science fiction and stuff like that when I can write to you about, you know, an economic model or medicine or something like that, something that will have real-world applications and something that will make money. Shakespeare, glory to him, will not make you money in the 21st century. And so that was sort of the reason and the thinking behind the whole way the system is set up. And I like it. There are other ways of doing it. Germany has a very interesting way where you can donate to a university and it counts as a tax cut. And basically, instead of paying, like, whatever, $1 million of tax to the government, you just donate $1 million to a university, and you fund whatever you want in the university. You want to fund literature, you want to fund art, you want to fund medicine, whatever. It counts as you paying taxes, and that's it. That's an interesting system. For a wealthier country, it might work well, I don't know. For us here, it's not going to work. You will never find any Patreons like that whatsoever for any of the universities, let alone the arts, right, which nobody ever wants to fund, like, not really. Just because it's not profitable. And so, yeah, that's kind of the main issue. But I also don't understand if the ministry is telling you we have an excess of money, a large chunk of which is donated by the EU, and I'll explain why that's not a bad thing, it's a good thing, but I'll explain why that's an interesting thing, because if they don't spend the money, they have to give it back, right? And on top of giving it back, next year they get less. So there's this whole fund in the EU about supporting scientific development in foreign countries and stuff like that. Yeah, if they don't spend all of the money, they have to give it back, and they get less next year. So it's in every interest, even if there's, like, corrupt people in the government that skim something off the top, it's in every interest of theirs to get more money in, to get more people employed, and, you know, if the funds run out, if the EU stops funding this, if the tax dollars aren't enough, fair enough, you know, things change. I mean, it's a dynamic world market out there, you know? Like, none of us would be upset at losing our jobs because there's no more money for us in the budget for us to get paid with, you know? The real issue here is, from what we're being told by the ministry, is there's an excess of money, and we're still getting fired. And so now I'm wondering if there's, like, a bigger corruption thing at play where they're going to fire us, but they're going to tell the EU that they didn't. And instead of taking, like, 10, 20, 30% of our salaries, they're going to take everything. But you can only do that for so long until someone realizes instead of having 70 researchers, you have 2, or worse, none. Like, so that it seems a bit too crazy to be the case, although I know full well where I live, and crazy is sort of part of the equation here. But anyways, that was the news we received this morning, and it's just confusing more so than anything else. Like I said, I'm not overly worried about losing the job. It was something that we were prepared for, and it's all right. There are alternatives. Like I said, people with PhDs tend to not starve, right? Like, it's not the most common thing in the universe, and regardless of what your area of expertise is, you will find a job. I gave a particular example, I think, I don't know if it was a couple of streams ago or in a video or whatever, but I gave an example that a private school for, well, there's no fine way of putting this, but there is a private school for extremely wealthy children, or rather extremely wealthy parents of those children, that has opened up about, I don't know, 15 minutes away from my house. They are offering 4 times the salary. AI have anything to do with this? Not that I know. Not that I know. Papers are being published and checked for AI writing. There are tools that determine whether a paper has been written by AI or not. God, I'm going to butcher this name. Travis Hip, I think, right? Thank you. Yeah, hello. Thank you for joining in. I don't think AI has anything to do with it, no. Like, I don't, I mean, plus, you can't really write papers at this level with AI yet. Maybe at some point, but you try and give, like, AI one of the topics that we've covered over the last 4 years, it will produce a travesty. Like, unpublishable anywhere. It will be horrible. And so, AI is just not up to par yet to replace us. In fact, if I had to guess, I'd say we would be one of the last people to go, because it requires a lot of tedious, meticulous work, and it requires a lot of research, and it's not one of those simple things that you can just replace with a script or an AI. Like, AI would have to get way, way better, and that's not to say that it's not great right now, but it would need to get even better in order to replace university researchers. And just thinking about this from, like, a logical perspective, it is one of the most intellectually demanding jobs. If AI can replace that, then at that point it can probably replace everything else in the world, right? Like, from manual labor to, you know, anything. And so, yeah, it's... I don't think that's the case, but it's... At the end of the day, we don't really know, because we're not really being told anything. And that's very frustrating, because we kept asking. We had several meetings, and we asked, is it this? Is it this? And instead, we didn't get any answers. We just get the occasional insult, and that's about it. So it's whatever. At any rate, though, I spent a good hour and 50 minutes talking about, well, not literally, probably like 45 minutes talking about this. And for the people watching the VODs, I don't want to, repeat myself too much, but that's sort of the TLDR and the gist of the situation. It's fine. I'm not really, not in authoring papers, but in correlation research. Don't know if you do correlative research. You do if you want to. If that's the type of paper that you're writing, you can do that. And maybe, but specifically for me and for my colleagues, we do exclusively literature, right? Well, we do literature and language. And some of our colleagues have started using AI for some of their research into, what was it? There was a project that the university did where they would use some AI, and I don't mean like commercially available AIs like ChatGPT or whatever. No, they would use some AI models from Germany that were specialized in recreating medieval texts. And then you would use that and you would compare it with like other sources and with your own like research, interpretations, knowledges about the time period and stuff like that. And you would see if you could basically fix a ancient medieval text on whatever and try and improve how legible it is, right? If there are words missing, if there are phrases missing, if there's whole pages missing, for example. And that is obviously paired with other branches of science like physics and whatever that go into, you know, the material, the paper. They track the decay and see if it matches with what the AI did and so on and so forth. It's horribly complicated. I don't do any of it because I'm in literature, but I know two people that are close friends of mine that are in that project, and they have some limited responsibilities within it, but it's a huge thing that's like an international thing, using AI as a tool to help, but, you know, this isn't something that's just been outsourced to like an AI in Germany and that's it. It's quite the opposite. It's being used as a tool by a large number of people from different fields to try and do something honestly pretty awesome, right? And so, yeah, that's... there is that aspect when it comes to the AI, but as far as anything else is concerned, I am not aware. There were a couple of papers written on AI, more sort of as a general subject matter, not really using AI or using it very limitedly in a limited capacity to try and like give you some sort of corpus to work with, stating that it is a corpus made by an AI and then to sort of, I don't know, compare it with something else. But those are linguistic things that I'm not really, they're not really my field of expertise, so I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, not literally, but you know what I mean. Like, it's I can't go into detail on that because I simply don't know. At any rate, though, it is what it is. What can I say? But yeah, just to finish the sentence that I started a minute ago. There's like a private school that opened up 50 minutes away from my town. 50 minutes away from my house. They're offering like 3 or 4 times the salary, and they're hiring people with way lower qualifications than I have already. Like, put 1 and 2 together, it's not difficult to see what an alternative could be. Of course, the downside is it is more or less a 9-to-5 job. You have classes you need to teach. On the other hand, it's a pretty straightforward job, right? You just teach kids various things. And they don't do just English, they have like all sorts, they have a wide variety of curriculum and activities and whatever that you need to do with them, but whatever. On the other hand, it's sort of like streamlined and simple. And obviously the salary is insane. I have a friend that teaches like, what was it, 2 or 3 classes a week? Which is nothing. That's like an hour a day, not 7 days in a week, not 5 days in a week, but like 2 days or 3 days a week. She gets paid more or less the same as I do for a full-time job in university over here, which, again, granted, I get to do most of it from home and there are benefits to it, but, you know, her work hours are pathetic and the pay is more or less the same, so... My point is, there are alternatives. I'm not scared for my existence or for my financial well-being or something like that. I will look into it, but it's just that I feel like the whole system and the whole way this is being handled is leading to a ruin in you know, a good thing that we had going, you know, and I don't feel... I feel like there was a need to standardize certain things. There was a need to lay out what exactly you need in order to get the next title and what you need in order to keep the job, right? Because this was sort of up in the air a little bit, and it was never officially codified in any document that held any legal weight. Now they're going to change that, and I welcome the change. I also welcome the fact that maybe things need to be a little bit more difficult, because there are people that barely do any work and receive the same salary as I do. And there are also people that did like twice or 3 times the amount of work that I did and also received the same salary. So, yeah, definitely, if there should be higher standards or whatever, I'm all for it. I'm not against something like that. But changing it like a month or 2 before people's contracts expire, yeah, like, that is not the way to do it. And it's not in good faith or whatever, you know, so, yeah. I'll get to that comment in a second. Correlating, including AI, still had to go through us for confirmation, specifically for causation articles. Yeah, there you go. Not sure how it goes here, but I know that it was very limited in use. And there is a whole system which hasn't been made by the government. I think the government leases it from someone else, but whatever. The government has a whole system where when you write a paper, they put it in the system and it tells them whether it's been written by an AI or if there's certain parts that you stole from somewhere and didn't give credit and didn't like quote them properly or whatever. I'm not sure how well it works nowadays because you can put in a text that you wrote into one of those programs that checks for, you know, AI validity or whatever, and it will tell you it's been written by an AI even if it hasn't, which was the topic of one of the meetings that we had. But apparently the government tool is a little bit more simple than that. It looks for, I don't know if it's something in the metadata or if it looks for whatever. It's a lot simpler than that, so it doesn't give false positives, but at the same time it's not as effective, maybe, if you will, or as thorough for now. But I feel like there is no tool that can tell you whether a part of your text has been written by an AI. Because you really can't tell, right? Like, you really can't tell. Especially when it comes to, like, small segments, let's say, like, half a paragraph or so. How the hell are you going to tell? Like, if there's an obvious mistake, sure. If there's, you know, something like that, then yeah, okay. But if it's just, like, a conversational style paragraph, half of it or so.
We gotta find Dalton. But
how, what possible tool would you have that would, like, analyze what the style in which you wrote everything else, compare it to the style that you wrote this? I mean, AI can account for that as well, so I really don't see that as a solution ever. And boy, controversial take, okay, ready? I don't think it necessarily needs to be monitored like that. If you're gonna get an AI to write like a quarter of a paragraph for you for a particular idea that you're not quite sure how to word, and you're gonna use that paragraph and either edit it a little bit or just copy and paste the whole thing, I don't see that too much as too much of a problem, right? If you just use the AI to do all your work for you, that's, well, one, it's easily detectable, but as far as, like, those tiny little things are concerned, I don't really see the point. Because there's an alternative to it, right? The alternative is, find someone who wrote something similar on the topic and just quote him. Or mix up the words around so it doesn't show up like you quoting it and stealing it from him, and just change it ever so slightly so that it's basically the same idea, but now you can claim authorship over it. Again, this is exclusive when it comes to literature. When it comes to more hard sciences, sorry, I understand that the situation is different there. But when it comes to literature, like, you know, there's I'll give you a great example, alright? I have a great example that I recently encountered and that I really got mad at the time. In retrospect, I sort of understand the point behind it. But, you know the whole memes behind Reviewer 2, right? Like, Reviewer 1's the nicest person on the planet, Reviewer 2 has no idea what they're talking about. Mediators, basically soft data amongst the population of facts that would provide incorrect weight to the study. I'm from the science field. Yeah, that's different. You know, that's different, and I don't want to speak too much about it because I know very little about how it would work for hard sciences. You know, when you have data and that data can change people's lives. You know, whether it's a medical study or whatever. That's entirely different, but when it comes to literature and papers being written in literature, the closest thing we have is philosophy, right? And in fact, they lean on philosophy extremely heavily. And so it's basically a matter of opinions which you back up with text. and that text is either a critical text from someone else, or it's text in the actual book that you're analyzing, or it's text from, or it's a philosophical text from somewhere else. And you're just basically just getting the two together, right? You're just putting the two together in such a way to serve a point that you're trying to make. And that's the skeleton of every single work of literature when it comes to, like, scientific journals and stuff ever written. That's all that you're doing. Sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's harder, and sometimes the topics are very unexpected and very strange. You can take music as a topic, for example, which is something that we did on the previous sort of project that we participated in, specifically punk music. Which a lot of us don't listen to, I understand, but, you know, that's the job. Go listen to it, and then you sort of do the same thing. And my point is, it doesn't have to be a novel, right? And it's interesting, but my point is, I had a situation where Reviewer 2 told me, you can't make a claim like this, you have to substantiate it with something. And my claim was extremely broad. I think my claim was, it was about William Gibson's Neuromancer, and I think I wrote something along the lines of, generally speaking, the novel is viewed as a dystopian future which reflects anxieties of the author to technological advancement, the takeover of AI, etc., etc. And I understand, again, in retrospect, I was really rushing to get this out because I had to get it out by the end of the day, and etc., etc. I don't want to provide excuses. It's not the best piece of work I ever did. You do not write stuff like that, ever. That's a big no-no, right? There is no generally speaking, because you need to back that up with facts. Who is this generally speaking that you're talking about? Like, who are these people? But on the other hand, and here's the real sort of kick in the nuts, if you pardon the language, if I find someone that wrote this, the same thing, word for word, in, like, 1982... I can use it as a quote and it's accepted at face value and nobody bats an eye. If it was written by someone with a PhD, if it was written by, I don't know, freaking Slavoj Žižek, Michel Foucault, Lacan, whatever, like, name any philosopher you want. If he wrote it, I can take it at face value, no problem. Nobody asks, you know, what is he basing his claim off of? And they make wild claims like that all the time, especially if you look at Foucault and some of his less rigid work, I want to say. I don't mean interviews, I mean like some of his papers and stuff like that. He has claims like that all the time. He would go like, generally speaking, in our society there is this, this, and this. And okay, a philosopher can talk about society, but he makes other types of claims as well. And... like, if I quote him, it's fine, but if I come up with it and sort of say that that's my impression of how this book is being perceived in media and generally, that this is sort of the most common take that people have on it,
Keep your distance. That bandit's got her.
Then that's, you know, a huge no-no or whatever. And so, you know...
You do the honors.
I understand why, but at the same time, like, there's contradictions there. Like, it's rules for me, not for thee, basically, kind of a situation. And that sort of pissed me off to no end. But it sort of relates to the AI thing, right? Like, if you use an AI to write, like, a quarter of your paragraph on you know, whatever, trying to word your opinion on something, or try and argue based on, you know, some literature, something else, I don't really see a problem with using it as a tool to formulate your opinions, or maybe refine them a little bit, or even challenge them, right? And so, yeah, that's about it. But at any rate, I have something good to talk about as well. It's not just getting fired and you know, terrible news and the world is ending or whatever. And no, I have something good to talk about, and something possibly moderately interesting, depending on whether you're into stuff like that or not. However, first and foremost, given the fact that I've been streaming for about 2 hours, I'm going to go on a short break just to grab a cup of water. And I'm going to go to the standby screen. Right, so please give me 2 or 3 minutes at the very most. I'm going to go grab a cup of water, go get a toilet, go on a toilet break, and I will be back within a few minutes to talk about some good news, some nice things, and, well, just to, not really to spoil anything, but to sort of tease it a little bit, I suppose. I got some upgrades for the hardware and the PC system and stuff, and they relate to the audio experience of both music and video games and everything associated with. And it was, well, it's quite the tale. So, yeah, I will be back in 2 or 3 minutes at the most. I hath returned, ladies and gentlemen. I apologise for the wait. There we go. So, back to game capture, and I think you'll be safe. Sounds like some pruning taking place, like the movie Office Space with two Bobs. Just don't give in to a Michael Bolton scenario. God, I forgot about that. I think I watched that movie, but I have... If you ask me now what the plot of it is or what happens, I cannot remember for the life of me. But regardless, I understand what you're referring to as a whole. Just keep, just... Yeah, I get it, but now I'm just trying to remember when I watched that movie and what it was about. Tell you what, seeing the IMDb page for it will help. Let me just get back into the game. There we go. See if it'll hook. Yeah, hooked. All right, there you go. Good. Office Space. Ah, right. Yeah, I know exactly what it is. It's from 1999. Yeah, no wonder I don't remember it. Jesus. Work sucks. Yeah, that's the poster for it, I remember. On a related note, on a very closely related note, I've been watching The Office, the American version of it. Company hires efficiency experts to trim the fat, yeah. So on a very related note, I've been watching The Office, the American version of it, the TV show, and it's good, but it's one of those things that sort of grows on you over time, right? You get invested into the characters and everything over time, and it gets funnier the more sort of you get to know them. I never watched The Office before. I watched, like, clips from the TV show, shorts on YouTube that appear and stuff like that. I never actually watched the whole thing properly. And I'm on season 3, and it took me about a week to get to season 3, I think. Granted, the episodes are like 20, 18, 15 minutes long, something like that, once you cut out the intro and the credits. So, but still, though, it is such a good show. It's not the funniest, it's not the best, but it's a pleasure to watch it. I don't know how to describe that. It's not completely brainless fun, because there's like witty jokes and stuff, but it's also like an easy show to watch. Like, you can put it in any mood that you're in, you can just put on an episode or two, and it's highly enjoyable to watch from that sort of perspective. And it's sort of similar. I know that there is a lot of similarity between it and Office Space, not just in the name of the shows. But some of the episodes are they're very similar. At any rate, we were here last time in the previous stream, I think, and we couldn't figure out a way to go up this thing. If I am now to discover that I am magically able to just go up, I will be very disappointed with the game and everything. At any rate, because there's no story moments happening.
Yes, the vault thief's trying to rescue that gunsmith you snatched. Do your thing. The teleporty thing.
You had to ruin it.
But because I want to, not because you asked.
Whatever, just do it already.
Asshole.
Okay, fine. We get to kill more COV. Okay, anyways, what I wanted to talk about is the fact that over the previous weekend, I have acquired for myself a piece of some hi-fi sound, or not a piece, but actually the whole system. I have acquired for myself a hi-fi sound system. A vintage 1989 set. No, it wasn't bought as a set, I put it together, and I don't know everything there is to know about vintage hi-fi audio, or generally audio, period. My uncle knows a lot more, and he has a friend that's an electrician, so he can hook those things up, and they're both really into it, and they've been into it since childhood, and etc, etc, so... they were the ones in charge of sort of what I'm getting and why, but I was there to just listen and pick out what I liked the most. And I bought for myself for the low price of like $300, well, 300 euros, so like $320, $30, something like that, I've brought for myself a Rogers 2LS, I believe these are called.
What about this overhead?
Or 2/2LS, one of the two, which are visually not in the greatest mint condition ever, sort of thing, but they sound perfect, they work perfectly. It's just that they've been sort of a little bit scratched on the side, and the netting that covers the speaker is a little bit damaged in 2 or 3 spots here and there, but it doesn't matter. They sound freaking phenomenal. Paired that with a Anderson, also 1991 or 2, I think, subwoofer, and a Pioneer, I need to check what its name is, a Pioneer A445 amp. Here's the thing. This set me back about, like I said, about 300 euros. This blows out of the water anything that is commercially available in, like, a PC store. And I tried it, and I compared the difference between the two. So, the most expensive speakers that I could find locally here that are new in a PC store are some Logitech gaming speakers for whatever their model and make was, and they were, I think, around $1,000. And so I had high expectations from these things. And I had the opportunity to listen to one and then to the other in a very short time period. The Logitech speakers are trash. Like, genuine trash compared to this. Analog, I swear, sounds different. Absolutely. And vintage sounds different as well. And I will die on this hill. Vintage speakers made from, like, I'm not sure exactly the year, so it's difficult to say, but let's say the 90s, right? Early 80s to maybe mid-late 90s, something like that, roughly speaking. I don't know enough on the subject to claim for... I need to check the guide for Mo's again. 3 on that, 5 on that, okay. Vintage speakers like that just sound better. And it's not just about the sound, it's about the quality as well. Because they don't make them like that anymore. Thing is, if these speakers or this amp or anything like that breaks, you can fix it. You don't toss it and buy a new one. There's a man in my town that fixes these things, and they're relatively easy to fix. Like, let's say a capacitor blows out or something, you just replace it. My uncle's having a problem with... He bought his hi-fi system about, like, 2 years ago. And he's having problems with something, we're not sure what. Basically, one of the speakers is louder than the other. At lower volumes. At higher volumes, it's not. So it's probably something in the amp. Maybe like the volume knob, or the knob that controls the left and right speaker or whatever. Something like that. Anyways, it's an easy fix. So not only is it ridiculously cheap for the quality of sound that you're getting, it's also something that will last. Like, you're not buying it for the next 2 years and then replacing the whole thing afterwards. It lasts. And I am... okay, to be fair, it's not the easiest thing to set up. You need space. You need a lot of space, because the speakers are huge. The amp is also like 15 kilos, so it's heavy, it needs its space. Speaking of the fact that it's 15 kilos heavy is pretty much all the information you need to know about it, I am told. Because there is no world in which a heavy amp like that will be bad or sound bad. It's just the amount and the quality of materials and just the amount of lead and copper and stuff that they put inside it, that it's just, you know, that's it. And it scales with price as well. Like, you take a look at, for example, a $400 amp, it's like 30 kilos. It just gets heavier, right? It's just, it's a higher quality. And the most awesome thing about this, my newest vinyl record is ELO, I guess, Time, a concept album of a guy who is transported to the future by mistake and is trying to get back in his time in 1981. It's prophetic. Ooh, nice. Nice. Yeah, this does not have a record player like that. Although my friend did buy a record player for her new apartment, and I did get her some records when I was on that road trip in Romania. So I haven't delivered them yet, but there was so many out there. Mostly just popular ones. You couldn't really find much of indie stuff, but still, they were factory new, man. That's what really got to me. They were unopened, factory new. They were in such good condition. It was crazy. But anyways, the most amazing thing for me was the fact that I bought this off of a guy that lives in like small hamlet of sorts, about 30-40 minutes away from me on the highway, right? So you take the highway, about 30-40 minutes, you get there. Concept album is an album where every song tells a story. Like, oh yeah, I know that. Just haven't heard about that one in particular. But that sounds awesome, and I love that. And they used to be so much more common. And even I'm jumping from topic to topic, but even albums back in the day, even if they weren't concept albums, you would have sort of a connection between the songs, right? They would be either around the same topic, or they would be... How do I put this? You could tell that they're from the same album. You take a look at some of the other stuff and some of the newer stuff, I have no idea which album it's in. I really don't. And don't get me wrong, it's not just a newer music thing. It's, I think Metallica has the same problem, or Iron Maiden has the same problem, where you take a look at some of the albums, to me it seems like their entire discography is one giant album. Okay, with a couple of exceptions, but I have their discographies, and it's really difficult to tell what goes where. And it's sort of out of place. But there are some groups that you just know what part of the album, or what album, or which song is, and they're very topical, even if they're not concept albums, you know. Sabaton's kind of like that. You can tell which album, which song is from, because they'll have one album that covers World War I, they'll have another that covers some more out there stuff, like they have a Lord of the Rings song, for example, and you know, they'll have one that covers World War II, and so on and so forth. They're not thematic, they're not concept albums, but they sort of have these overarching themes within them anyway. But at any rate, the most important, the most impressive thing for me is that I bought this system off a guy that lives in like a small hamlet somewhere nearby, and he's retired, and this is what he does. Sabaton reminds me of Iron Maiden, absolutely. They're heavily inspired by both Metallica and Iron Maiden, and I know for a fact bands are huge members. Members of the band are huge fans of all the classic rock and heavy metal groups that were influential, and so it shows. They even have like an homage to them in the form of actually not one but two songs to like all the great heavy metal groups and stuff from the 90s and before. So this guy, basically, he's retired. He does he has like a garden. He does some field work and stuff like that. He grows his own food and stuff like that. Well, not entirely, but he grows a lot of food and like I think he has a vineyard or something, and that's all he works on now that he has a pension. And on top of that, as a hobby, he buys stuff from people all over Europe. Like old vintage records, amps, speakers, systems, like all that stuff. He gets them home and then he repairs them. He tweaks them. He, sometimes he just cleans them. Sometimes if there's something he needs repairing, he repairs it, so on and so forth. That's basically what he does. Now, he doesn't do this for the absolute highest quality of stuff. Like the most expensive speakers he had were about $2,000, maybe like $1,500, which sounds like a lot until you check the prices on some of the really premium hi-fi stuff out there, and you realize that there's like one speaker that costs $10,000. And it's not new, it's from like the 80s. But it's the best, right? It's it's one of those speakers that will play anything and everything in the highest quality possible, and it just sounds the best, and it's simple. It's just gotta pay for it, right? There's a reason it costs that much. So he doesn't have like the top end stuff, but he has a huge variety of things. And I got to try out a lot, because my uncle bought his hi-fi system from him. My uncle's friend bought a hi-fi system from him as well. And so I think I'm the fourth person out of this like circle of friends, acquaintances, family members, whatever, that's buying stuff off him. So obviously he's like, you know, he's really friendly towards us and whatnot. So the guy's like, listen, I'll hook this up for you as well, but I'm gonna hook you up with a few other things if you just want to listen to them, try them out, see what you think about them. Right, awesome. He hooks up these 2010 German Cantons, which is a good brand. Like, don't get me wrong, Canton has they have higher and, well, they don't really have low quality speakers, but they have higher quality and sort of medium quality speakers, and they're a good brand. They're not the most premium brand ever, but they're good. He hooks them up, and they're about $100. In comparison to these Rogers, which is an English firm, it sounds like children screeching. Now, I need to put this in the context that both these Cantons and the Rogers and everything else that I'm going to talk about that I heard in his little workshop there sounds about 7 times better, if not more, actually probably like 70 times better than any generic gaming speaker that I've ever heard in like, you know, PC shop or any generic speaker that I've owned up until that point. Like anything that has its own amp, anything that has its own subwoofer is going to be it's going to blow away anything that doesn't. It's simple rules of technology, right? So anyways, we start listening to these things, and I went in there planning to buy the Cantons because they're cheaper. They're like half the price. The Rogers were $180 or 180 euros, and the... Sorry. And the... Oh, another legendary weapon. Would you look at that? I think I just pretty much switch immediately for this. Oh, yeah. It's a revolver as well. Perfect. Yeah, that'll do. I hate the sight, but given that it's a shotgun revolver, I will absolutely go with it. So he hooks up both, and I can directly compare them, and the Rogers, despite being, almost 20 years older, they blow the other ones out of the water. Like, it's not even close. The depth of sound, the quality, just the sheer quality, I don't know how to describe I haven't really ever described music that much, so I'm sort of struggling to find the right terminology and words, if you will, but just overall, right, it's not even close, and they are absolutely worth the extra money. And so I'm like, right, pack them up, man. What can I say? I mean, I will not be happy if I don't leave with these speakers. I will regret it. Like, every day I turn on those Cantons, which are both smaller and screechier, and just generally the audio quality is worse, especially for the type of music that I listen to. I will kick myself in the head every time I turn them on because I didn't buy the other ones, despite the fact that they're in worse condition. Like, functionally, they're great, but visually, they're a little bit scratched and damaged and stuff. One of them is missing, like, they have those little, what'd you call them? Like, they have a little stand that they're on, like, on 4 corners, like those little tiny little legs that they stand on. One is missing all 4, the other one is missing 3. So, oh, sorry, the other one's missing 2. So, yeah, they're not in great condition, despite the fact, though, the actual speaker itself and the audio behind them is perfect. It's just a visual elements which can be repaired, and you can sort of mask it up a little bit and whatever. But regardless, to get back on track, he plays these, and then he plays them with 2 amps he gave me. So basically, he asked me what type of music do I like to listen to, and he's like, right, for you, I have this and I have this. They're reasonably priced, and you don't need a super powerful amp because you're not going to make a concert in your home. You're basically making it just to listen in your house, right? In your work / bedroom / whatever. I'm like, yeah. So obviously I don't need, and you're not looking for something that's ridiculously loud, right? Like, no, I'm just generally normal listening volume. All right, good. Here's what you got. I've got this and I've got this. And he gives me a Marantz, which was 1989. And he gives me a Pioneer, the one that I bought, which was also 1989. Which I find kind of amusing that coincidence just has it that everything that I bought that day was produced in the exact same year. If I was planning for it, it would probably be more difficult to achieve, but, there you go. At any rate, hook one up, then we hook up the other. They sound... I don't want to say exactly the same, but if you blindfold me, I couldn't tell you which one is which. I really couldn't. I think there is a slight, very, very slight difference in, the tone of sound that they produce. We call it, the color, right? The Marantz is maybe a little bit more dim, sort of, and a little bit darker. But the Pioneer is all that as well, right? It's not like it's a polar opposite of it or anything. They're kind of the same thing. Which was shocking to me, because if you Google it, and if you do any research about it, you will hear that Marantz, yes, has a darker tone. It's more for the, quote-unquote, the English school of music, which emphasizes vocals, guitars, doesn't deal too much, and doesn't care too much about the bass or anything like that, doesn't like techno music, doesn't like disco music, etc., etc. It's more for ballads and so on and so forth. Man, this tyrant is a lot tougher than the other one. A lot tougher than the other one. Right, got it. Good rewards. Shame I can't pick up most of them. The pistol's freaking amazing as well. I took music appreciation in college for my arts credit because my friend said it would be an easy A. I did get an A. It was extremely difficult, but the best class ever during my 6 years. I wish I had something like that in university. I really did, but to get anything like that, you would need to sign up for the music segment. You would need to change your major completely. Not just major, you would need to change the university that you would. It's an entirely different university that you go to, basically. I didn't have the option to at all. I would have taken something musical, definitely, as long as it didn't require me to play any music or sing or whatever, because I am hopeless. But, yeah, music appreciation, theory, stuff like that, I would love to take something like that. Didn't have the opportunity, but anyways, if you do if you read anything about these amps, it will tell you that Marantz is a lot darker, and that Pioneer is more of a German school, and etc., etc. And the guy selling them, he says, yeah, I know, that's true. That's true for most Pioneers, except this one. This particular one, this model of this year, is the closest thing to this Marantz that I have. I'm like, really? It's yep, that's the case. I'm like, okay, but I know you also have a Marantz that's 3 times more expensive, right? And it's yeah, it's just more powerful. It's basically the same thing. And you don't have large speakers. You don't have speakers that are 2 meters tall. You don't need that amount of power. You're not going to get anything from it. Which, just as a side note, by the way, I appreciate the living hell out of that, because the man could have sold me anything. He could have tried to convince me, oh, you definitely should buy the more expensive thing, and you definitely should buy this more expensive thing, because it's totally worth it, and made more of a profit on me. No. He didn't. And I really, really appreciate that. And so we play the Pioneer, and it's basically the same thing, except it's way louder. Or rather, it's... obviously it has a volume control, right? The good thing is that at lower volumes, it's way louder. Which means the amp itself is a lot better. The lower on the volume knob you listen to music, the less stress you're putting on your system. And so generally speaking, you want to go for as low as possible, and for as powerful an amp as possible, given the combination of things, I suppose, right? Because if you're listening every day at like 40%, that's a lot of strain on the system, and it's not something that that you really want to do. And so that was all fine and well. We put it on. I am absolutely amazed with it. We're taking it. We're buying it. All right. And he's like, listen, I don't want to sell it to you yet. Modicum Exploratorum with a binary message. I can't read binary, but I have Google, and I have to know what it is. If it's something rude, I'll be extremely cross, because this is your first message in chat. But I have to know now. Binary to text. We'll say binary to English. Convert. What's up? What's up to you too? Thank you for making me have to go through the whole converter thing just to read it. Hey, how's it going? Welcome aboard. And so, anyways, just to finish my train of thought, I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna buy these two. That's about it. You know, thank you. I'm happy. You're happy. Here's the money. It's good. And he's like, listen, I don't want to sell this to you just yet. Take both of these. Take both the Pioneer and the Marans. I'm gonna come round to your house in like a week because I have some business in town, and I'll just take the one you don't want. Just pay me for like, you know, one of them and whatever. Like one of them was I think $70, the other one was $80, whatever. He's like, just pay me $70 for either one. I don't care. Take both of them and I'll just pick up the one you don't like. Which is extremely cool. Granted, it's not like he gave me $5,000 worth of equipment to take home and test out, but still, like, nobody will do that for you. Nobody will be like, you know, just grab it and go, and pick up the one you want. UFO Area 51, although I suspect you have a different username in the Discord channel, do you not? You can tell by the profile picture, although I made that mistake before. Had two people with the same profile picture come on. That was in the comments, to be fair, but I completely mixed them up, and I didn't insult any of them, and didn't do anything rude. I'm not the type of person, but it was very funny, is what I'm trying to get at. Yes. Then you. Hi. Welcome to you as well. It's something of a busier stream than usual, I want to say, of more people. I mean, viewership is sort of hanging around the same numbers, but I have more people talking, so I guess I should do these late night streams, for me at least, for my time zone, a little bit more often, maybe. What the hell is he shooting me with? If I didn't have the quest to do, I would love to get on that and steal it from you. Where's the big jump? It's over there. Okay. I thought I did the big jump already. This was my final in-person meeting class next Tuesday. Then it's our final paper due December 16th. Right! You're at the finishing line, basically, right? Congratulations, man. Congratulations. That is awesome. And I can confidently say I know exactly the feeling, because, you know, different level of studies and whatnot, but I basically went through the same thing, and it is such a liberating feeling.
You made it! My daddy would have loved to see that. He was the official driver of Grogloob. Until the big crash. That was all
Until
right.
the incident.
We ran out of
Oh.
Grogloob. The engine cut out.
And the incident was here, incidentally.
Still V
Oh,
nine,
that's...
But I never could make the jump myself. You mind destroying his car?
Ich liebe es,
So on and
Flak zu spielen. Well, listen, I know a couple of words of German. I know Flak's the character in the game. We're not... we're gonna have hard times communicating, to be fair with you, though, because I don't really speak German. A couple of words here and there I can manage, but
help yourself to his stash.
everything else, not so much. At any rate, so I come home, I try both the Marantz amp and the other one, and still like the other one more.
You're Grogloob material.
I love playing Flak so much. I could have guessed it, but I don't want to sound like an ass, you know? I could have guessed it. I know Liebe means love, I know Flak is the character's name, Ich means I. Forgot how you say playing in German, so kind of a key part of the sentence that I was missing, but yeah. Anyways, didn't play Flak, or am I lying? Wait, Flak's the one with the robot. No, Flak's the one with the puppy, right? Also, by the way, thanks for your help for the survey. I got 103 people in total. You are welcome. I will not claim that half of those are my colleagues from my university, and I will not claim that because it doesn't really bode well for you, because your target audience is more or less American, right? Because there's very American questions. But listen, nobody cares, nobody knows, it's all anonymous, shush. I may have sent it to the research group, which contains like 70 people, and I am very, very much convinced that a majority of them did your survey, because, you know, it's colleagues, right? We help each other, and I said, like, I need help, one of my friends needs help with this, and there you go. So, I'm not taking full credit, but I am taking some credit, goddammit. He actually has 3 different pets you can choose from: the skag, a monkey, and a bug. The bug's ability is sending 2 flying bugs, so you technically have 4 pets. But actually 3 pets. Right. I played with Zane, and I liked Zane as a character. I liked his commentary and stuff. Abilities-wise, he was, yeah, alright. Mose. I keep forgetting how I pronounce my own character's name. It's Mose. Mose is really fun as well with the little Iron Bear thing. And as far as like late game abilities are concerned, I like the way some of the things stack, but it's pretty good. Flak, I played for like an hour, maybe 2 hours. So you know when you create a new character, you can start from level 13, which is basically you skip the tutorial and everything. The only reason I created that character, is this your first run or a different run? I'll answer both in the same sentence. So I created Flak as a level 13 character just to test out a couple of things. I was testing out the mods. So I use 2 mods. One is a skip dialogue mod, which I haven't actually used because I'm doing this as a let's play and I want people to actually experience the story if they're either watching as part of the live stream or if they're watching as a VOD. You know, I want them to actually experience the story if they want to. So I try not to skip. Did I really get myself stuck? Oh, for fuck's sake. It doesn't matter, the radio thing is close by anyway. So I created him just to test out a few mods, and I got to experience a little bit of his voice acting and stuff, and I did the Cowboys DLC. I forget what its actual official name is, but if you play the game, you know what I mean. So I did that for a little bit, and Flak was pretty fun, but that was my only experience with it. The other the other playthrough I did was with Zane, and I got to, I want to say about halfway through the game, maybe a little bit less. Blood and Bounty, yes, thank you. Dialogue skip seems useful, especially if you're talking with Timothy. Yeah, also if you're doing New Game Plus or New Game Plus Plus, which is True Vault Hunter mode and Ultimate Vault Hunter mode. So yeah, like you especially in this game, you want to skip through a lot of that. I'm also using Pick Up as Junk as a quality of life improvement, which is the other mod, which I've had some difficulties with occasionally, but it works fine now. Essentially, pretty much what it says on the tin, right? You can mouse over an item, and you can press X. I rebound to X, but you can press the Alt key, the alternative, like, pickup key, and it picks it up in your inventory, but it automatically marks it as junk. So it's a lot faster than having to manually go through the entire thing, and you can sell items a lot quicker, and etc., etc. So, yeah. And with Zane, I made it to, I want to say, around halfway into the game. I did this planet, which is the Floodmore Basin on Eden 6. I think I finished the vast majority of the things on Eden 6. And I don't remember if I moved on to the next planet or not. I think I did like one more planet that maybe I moved to it, or maybe I just saw it. But it was a while ago. The first Let's Play, or again I keep calling it Let's Play. The first playthrough I did... Sorry, just give me a second. Just wipe my nose. Yeah. The first playthrough that I did was back when the game was released and it didn't have any of the DLCs and so on and so forth, so yeah. Remember when Timothy asks if he thinks he has another chance of taking Moxie out on a date? No, I don't think so. I may have forgotten it, though, to be fair with you. Not 100% sure on that. Flack's response is, human mating rituals confound me, but I will say that I know a long shot when I see it. Oh, that is good. That is good. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to respond to Danuke's message. Yeah, I will forward your heartfelt thanks to all the people that completed the survey, absolutely. And yeah, it's no problem. It's you know, the very least we can do is help out our colleagues, even if they are from different universities or different countries or whatever. It's we're all part of some sort of academic community, are we not? So yeah, like no worries. It was my pleasure to help. Cod Orion on Discord. I had a sneaking suspicion. I didn't know, and I swear to you, I swear to you, this very morning, I was thinking, man, where is that Cod Orion guy from Discord? I haven't seen him in a while. Like in the YouTube comments or any. Stop, drop everything. Stop. We got a legendary weapon. It looks really nice. Not crazy about the leopard print, but we can change that. Good rate of fire, magazine slightly less, way more damage, same accuracy, better handling. By 1, by 2, by 3. Critical hits ricochet 1 bullet to the nearest enemy. Give it here. Oh, yeah. Ooh, the rate of fire. Ah, but it's not like a typical Jacob's gun. You should see some of the guns that I've got. I believe you. I never did New Game Plus or anything, never finished the game, so yeah. But I know that Borderlands 3 is way more generous with its drops. I played Borderlands 2 to death, and I talked about it on previous streams. I played it in True Vault Hunter mode, I played it in Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, I did the DLCs for it, I have an ungodly amount of hours in it, and that game is tough, man, when it comes to drops. Like, it'll hand you legendaries piecemeal, and it'll make you beg for them. I'm not even, like, exaggerating much. That game hates giving you legendaries, whereas Borderlands 3 is a lot more generous with them, and honestly, I think it's for the better, because it makes things more interesting. Does it make things easier? Undoubtedly, to some extent, right? Like, undoubtedly so. But at the same time, you know, like, give us a bit of a break. You know, like, I'm not a huge fan of grinding for like 12 hours to get one particular legendary drop that I want. So yeah, I think this is a neat balance. No idea what Borderlands 4 is like, though, in terms of drops, but I talked about this earlier on the stream. I saw a Reddit post today that said, I prefer the Calypso twins to whatever the antagonist of Borderlands 4 is. Mind if I hop in briefly, or are you keeping it solo? Honestly, I don't mind at all, no. Let me just sell all of this. The only thing is, I'm not sure how it works for Borderlands holds you back from good drops to force you to play longer. Yeah.
Looks like those
or actually, sorry, you can't drop in. I don't mind. Don't get me wrong. I would like you to. However, sort by. Wait, what? This doesn't work. This didn't work last time. Social. Matchmaking. Why were the servers just down last stream, or what? Okay, I guess the servers were just down. LAN connection required. Huh. Shift account logged in. Streaming service settings is off. Not quite sure what streaming service means. I haven't played with any of the multiplayer settings for this game whatsoever. But let me provide you with something useful. So here's my Shift display name. And my Shift ID is this. Oh, that's my support ID. Never mind. Probably not useful. You can drop me a message either here or on the Discord server if you don't want to make your Steam account publicly visible in the chat or whatever. You can add me, and I'm more than happy to let you drop in. The reason I'm confused, and I'll explain, is because last time I tried to do the same thing, and I didn't want to play with anyone. I just wanted to see how the multiplayer works, and it didn't. Sorry, I do believe I live in a haunted room, because something just dropped out of thin air. Or was it outside? Well, the window's closed, I wouldn't have heard it. What the freaking hell was that? Scared the bejesus out of me. Okay. It's a series of numbers. You're going to have to help me. Where do I put these numbers in? I'm assuming find shift friend and then search by this. That did not work out. Shift tab Steam friends. Right, okay. Is that you? Or do I need to... No, that's in my friends list. God, you can tell it's my Steam. Yeah, is it this? Friend invite received. You received a shift friend invite by... There you go. Thank you. Thank you for not having to rely on me to find it, because God knows I'm terrible at this. Level 72 Beastmaster, there we go. Okay, here's the thing. I really wanted to test this out the other day. I don't talk sorry. Yeah, no problem. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it at all. I really wanted to test this the other day, because someone came in chat and talked to me about how the multiplayer works in the game. And apparently, this wasn't the thing in Borderlands 2, so I didn't know about this. Apparently, it's instance-based to the point where the enemies are instance-based as well. Does the game have in-game mic or no? I think I have it disabled, for obvious reasons, right? Streaming, there's certain things you can and cannot say, and so, yeah. Multiplayer ups the damage, and the enemy also loot drops, I think. Yeah, I know that, but that's not the thing that had me flabbergasted. Because I played multiplayer in Borderlands 2, I know how it works, and, you know, the drops were instance-based as well. So if I got a rifle, you got a rifle as well, so on and so forth. We didn't compete with each other for loot. Here it's an option, you can do cooperation or co-opetition, as they call it. I know all of that, that's fine. I'm familiar with those things, but what had me absolutely flabbergasted is that right now, for example, you, as a level 72 character, can join my game, and I am, what, level 29? And we're going to play in the same game. Enemies for you will be level 72, enemies for me will be level 29, and we'll both fight them, and we will not ruin each other's experience. How the hell does that work is completely beyond me. Like, on a technical level, how they managed to do that. Because in Borderlands 2, it wasn't like that. In Borderlands 2, you had to be the same level, right? If I was level 19 and you were level 21, the enemies would be level 21, and I had to suck up and deal with it. Right? In this game, not so much, no. It is a very good system, yeah. I have no idea how they managed it. Like, how does it work? Because obviously your gun is going to do, like, whatever, 5 million damage. I'm exaggerating a little bit. Compared to my level 22 gun, which does, like, what, 100 or 80, or, okay, this one does 200. And yet, at the same time, when you shoot my enemy, you don't do 5 million damage to it, and when I shoot your enemy, I mean, we are shooting at the same enemy, obviously, but you know what I mean, like, when we're shooting at them, the damage is proportionate to what level we are, and we're helping each other out. It's not like, I'm useless or you're useless, or anything like that. It's fascinating to me, and I really wanted to see how this works, and I could have played, I could have just played, oh, and you can pet the little skag things, I know. That did that in the DLC. They're adorable. And so I really wanted to test this out in the previous stream. Oh god. Oh god.
Which is perfect. Now let's go find us some Saurians to punch.
Saurians to punch, you say? Lead the way, lead the way. The fewer questions I ask, the better. He just set himself on fire and exploded himself as well. This man is built different, okay? Anyways, I also had the problem previously that I couldn't log into the Shift servers at all. Why? I assumed it was because I was using mods. However, that doesn't appear to be the problem. So, I mean, that's even more impressive in a way, right? Because I'm using the dialogue skip mod, and I'm using the pick up as trash mod, and I don't know if you're using the same mods or not. Probably not. We can be in the same instance, and we can play together. With different mods.
When you taste the danger, you're gonna taste blood. Because that's what danger tastes like, bruh. Ooh, I got a new idea for another epic.
It's pretty amazing. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty freaking amazing. I had no idea it was a thing. I was really impressed with Factorio and Zomboid and how they handled mods and multiplayer, especially for being indie games, right? They had a good system where you could just log in and like pick up all the mods that you need on the server login screen, and it was pretty seamless and it was pretty well integrated. Granted, this is not the same level of modability, but still, it's an impressive system. It's shocking how they got it to work.
Hello, Danger.
Yeah.
It's me, Mose.
Whoa! Good answer, bruh! Chad wants you to witness this badass space jump! Get ready for it!
Aren't you gonna get, like, a parachute or something?
What?
No. He doesn't need a parachute. Just get him to jump.
Man. They're for babies.
You don't need a parachute. All you need is
on the edge of danger.
faith and
watch the righteousness.
righteous fury.
Woo! I live to taste the danger! Righteous. I'm good. Woo! Hell to the hell, yeah! Oh, my hemorrhaging viscera, that was freaking rad! All right. New stunt, what goes down must go up. That's how that saying goes in Danger Town. This elevator over here, it's way too slow. Let's speed it up with some friggin' rocket booster!
I remember this quest.
This seems most unwise.
What I heard was, hell yeah, rocket time. Go get some. This is gonna be like a stuntgasm, brah.
He has a bit of a hearing problem. Must be from all the yelling. Get fuel cans. Okay. I remember this quest, and then it flies off into the heavens like Apollo 11, doesn't it? Or probably one of the earlier Apollos, considering the ultimate fate of the whole thing. Doesn't right? Yeah. Anyways, yeah. All right. Here's a fuel can, and some iridium too, and this could be you. Keep out. Interesting. Huh. Do not enter trespassers. Common sense code. Ain't coming back. Alright, oh, hello.
Coming at you, Bumpy! Killed by a poser!
And we did like this. We do like the same amount of damage to it. This is.
You found a chest.
Mom, these are garbage!
This is incredible. This is genuinely incredible. I mean, I seeing it work in action and just talking about it, two different things, you know, like, oh, that is nasty.
Luckily,
Oh, hello. Life rifle time. It just occurs to me we don't actually need to fight any of these. It just occurred to me we can absolutely leave and just get the fuel cans. Okay. Of course it's there. Yeah, so the SMG just isn't as good as the rifle that I picked up, unfortunately. But I'm sentimentally attached to it, because it has the same setup as my gun does. Like the red dot and magnifier thing. Except the dot is more of a square, but, you know, details. It reminds me of the time I found the exact model of the red dot sight that I wanted to buy and that I did end up buying in Stalker Gamma. And maybe I shouldn't be saying that because I don't know if that episode's been uploaded yet. But I won't spoil anything for the live audience. Or for the VOD as well. So I won't say anything that happened, but suffice it to say, if it hasn't happened yet, it will. I found the exact same model to the T of the red dot sight that I want. Or rather, I wanted, and the red dot sight that I bought, which is a HoloSun H510C /GR. So it's not just that, it's the color as well. Freaking amazing, man. Alright, you want to do the honors? Yeah, go ahead.
That man died as he lived. It's almost enviable.
Out of curiosity, I suspect not, but out of curiosity, does it work the same way for us? Ah, I'm disappointed. My disappointment is measureless, my day is ruined. I wanted to be launched into the heavens just like him. Okay, what the hell is this? Is this part of a different... no, it's just different because it's both me and you, right? That's not a very good gun. No. We'll trash that. I generally hate COV guns, so. Okay, what next? Oh god, there is a lot of side quests that I need to do. Anything but the main quest, right? Yeah, pretty much. Free for the taking, you say? Sniper rifle. It's... I mean, I can just sell it, but it's way worse than the sniper rifle I have, so... Yeah. You can keep it if it's any good at level 70, whatever you are. It's in full auto. Oh, this one's in semi-auto and shotgun mode, which, that's good. This one's legendary too. I'll test it out. I'll test it out. Oh, plus it's a free achievement because it's my 25th legendary. Fair enough, I guess. Okay, what's the nearest task that I have to do? It's this one, isn't it? Pick up the delivery burgers. Oh, is this one of those timed quests that I'm gonna have? It is. It's one of those timed quests that I'm gonna absolutely hate. Okay. I have to deliver them in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm sorry to say that is not happening. To whoever ordered these burgers, I'm sorry, 2 minutes 30 seconds is not happening.
Oh, how I envy that customer and
Lucky if you get it in 10.
burgery future.
Does it reduce or double the time or whatever? Or does it reduce the time because we're in co-op? Because if it does, bit of a scummy thing to do. Generally, I hate these timed quests. Oh, it's not even in... I know, the perfect way to do it is to deliver all 4 of them in 1 minute.
You know, we really got a good thing going here, my dude.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Right, I know you don't have a vehicle, but if you can get one, that would help immensely. Yeah, the other, however many there are. Oh, you know, the other bad thing is if I pull up the map, it doesn't stop the time, does it? Because we're in multiplayer.
You're near a dead claptrap unit. Those are all over. I'm the last of my product line. I need you to salvage their parts so I can build a new friend.
Wait, where the hell is it? Help, I've gotten lost. Gotten horribly, horribly lost. Here and then across the bridge, right? Go across the bridge and then I'll go over here, I guess. Nope. I'm driving by looking at the minimap. Terrible idea. Right, that looks like a place that would order burgers. Right? Some sort of swampy, witch-looking house in the middle of nowhere.
Yes! Keep slinging those burgers!
World's most enthusiastic delivery. Boss. Whatever his job title is. Yeah, I know time is running out. I know. How you intend for me to deliver this with 9 minutes remaining is absolutely beyond me, but 5 minutes remaining we can do. 5 minutes is doable. I guess you can do it if you have 4 people, right? And have everyone camp the burger spot. But does that sound like fun to anyone? Come on.
Go back to my sign spinner, and I'll have them pay what I owe. Come on.
Alright, alright. There we go. Dynasty Diner.
Anytime you're in the area and need work, come talk to my sign spinner. These swamp folk can't get enough of my burgers. Yeah!
No. No thanks. In fact, I don't think I will ever be doing that again. In my life. Ever. Terrible. You know what's sort of annoying me now is that the exclamation mark is going to stay on the map forever because it's a repeatable mission. Not a fan, but fine. Let's go talk to Miller. Understanding full well that I am way over leveled for this. But, you know. Oh, did you just... Oh, okay, there's the dialogue.
Our work down at the Jacobs lumber mill. Then these flaming COV nut jobs come popping up out of thin air saying they're looking for the Jacobs vault. Then they start calling us all heretics and whatnot and just start murdering everybody. It's madness, pure madness.
Well, among other things, I'm an expert at killing COV. Leave it to me.
Well, that's good to hear. I'm sure Wainwright Jacobs will do right by you.
Ex-Valdorf mechanized infantry here. Mm-hmm. So, kill Bloodflap's gang. 0 out of 2. Does that mean Bloodflap's gang is composed of 2 people? Because that's very sad, if that's the case. Oh, it's composed of 2 vehicles. Still. There's one.
Yeah, you blasted that one right good. One more to go.
And you got the other one, right? Hey, excellent. Saw a puff of smoke in the distance. Using my OP pistol. I have an OP pistol in Borderlands 2, and I know exactly what you mean. Well, maybe not exactly what you mean, but you get the idea. I love that thing to death.
Let the hunt take you.
Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, it is carrying me through it. It absolutely is. Picked it up at like level 50. I am approaching level 60 something. It's still the best weapon I have. 12.k damage water gun. Is it the one you get? It is. It is. I know the exact gun. It's the one I got from... No, it isn't. It's similar. This one has range. I got a water gun from doing the quest on the little moon thing, like the rock in space. Forget what the name is, but yeah, I got, like, it's something like the Squirter or whatever. It has a hilarious name. Anyways, I got one for that, and the range on that thing was abysmal. Like, genuinely just abysmal. This one appears to be sort of similar, except with the added benefit of being able to shoot enemies at a distance, which I hear is a relatively necessary thing. Right, you can get on the... there you go. Okay, now I feel slightly judged for my driving. Because, I gotta be honest with you, I felt slightly less nervous in my driving license test. Well, okay, that's not entirely true, but it's comparable. So... Because I tend to look at the minimap and get lost all the freaking time. Speaking of, yep, that is not where we're going. It just looks like it's close.
Ready for a fight?
Hold on, I need to check the map. Is it... It's not this way, is it? It's left and under the bridge. We got a new paint job! Temporary paint job. Oh dear Lord in heaven. Right. This way, and then this way-ish. Hey, there he is.
Coop is avenged! And Inquisitor Bloodflap sure as hell won't be running anyone down anymore. Not now that he's all exploded.
Just please don't tell me I have to go back to you for the reward. Just email it to me. Oh, for crying out loud. Yeah, of course I have to go back to you for the reward. This meeting could have been an email, you know? You ever heard the saying? Oh, for God's sake. No, I've lost my passenger. I didn't even notice. Holy... That is... dumb as all hell. I completely lost my passenger. I didn't even see it. Well, there is a fast travel system, so it's fine, and I think this guy is next to the... well, very close to the fast travel thing. At the very least. I apologize, though. I didn't notice at all. Here's the thing. I'm used to playing single player. And I do not have it even in the back of my mind that there is someone else in the game with me. So I'm just, you know, I'm just doing my own thing, and it's taking a while to mentally readjust to the fact that there is someone else.
We do the work, and they keep us from getting killed. Jacobs has stood for 300 years, and we can't let the
Used to being lonely, absolutely, man. Oh, at least in terms of video games. In terms of social life, no. But in terms of video games, absolutely. The only multiplayer video game I play is Counter-Strike, and well, let's just say that's a different type of interaction you have with people there. Not much of a cooperative system. And I'm not just talking about the fact that you shoot the other team, which is, you know, PvP. Now I'm talking within your same team. It's a different beast. But in terms of video games in general, like, no, I'm very much used to single player games. Most of the time prefer it like that. Most of the time, not always, but even for games that I wanted to play multiplayer, none of my friends ever played anything like that, you know, so... yeah, I mean, I did multiplayer stuff online, I did stuff for YouTube, I played with an ex-content creator at the time, which I've met, didn't even know he was a YouTuber, we've met just somewhere online, I forget where, and we did like some multiplayer games, Paradox stuff mostly, but it's the exception to the rule. Like, I can name the few times that I played multiplayer, and that's about it. Most of the time for me, it's just single player, and I went down the wrong road again! I remember now. I remember why I thought this was a cool place, but there was something wrong with it. In, like, the first playthrough that I did, what, like 10 years ago when this game was released. Like, I like the area. There's various beasties with the bandits, the dinosaurs, the general sort of look and feel, architecture and everything, plant life, flora and fauna, as they say. All that's fine. Just, slight problem with the fact that it's absolutely massive and I have no idea where I'm going most of the time.
My gangmates got me through some dark times indeed. The last time I saw them was before I was dragged away for my interrogation. But I remain hopeful that they escaped.
Well, this is a cool-looking sniper rifle. Well, it doesn't look like a sniper rifle is my problem, but, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Not a big... Oh, God, you also don't pause when you open your inventory. That I should remember.
Shoot up.
Need a moment.
Let's do this thing.
Have a taste of...
Yeah, dunno. Not sold on the sniper rifle, gotta be honest. It uses up ammo way too much. Maybe for bosses? In fact, definitely for bosses, probably. I missed on the thing. I missed the thing, didn't I? I completely missed the thing because I was looking at the sniper rifle instead of the quest. Although, I am curious, how do the quests work? Do you just not have any of the quests yet? Now that you're in my game? Or how does that work? Because no, in Borderlands it used to be sometimes. In Borderlands 2 it used to be sometimes a bit tricky. You're doing my quests, I get the same rewards. Right. Good. That's better. Borderlands 2 technically had the same thing, except sometimes it wouldn't really remember or track. And so progression got a little bit weird at certain times. Only quest guns. Right. What about the experience and the... Well, I suppose if you're max level, you're not going to get experience, but what about, like, money and stuff like that? Did you get that as well, or is it just the guns? Like this you got after a quest. Yeah. Oh, that's a good... This is a good gun. This is a gun I will use for a while, I think. Did I just... Okay, yeah, you know what? We're giving this gun a skin. Inspect. Weapon skin. I don't want it to be pink. This will look great on it. It's a very Jacobs-looking gun now. Lovely. Interesting. It's another legendary drop. Unfortunately, for me, it doesn't appear to be any good. Yeah. Splash damage radius is good, but just 106 damage. Yeah, not a big fan of that, unfortunately. Hey, sell this. 69,000. Sure, I mean, I can. Thing is, money's not exactly tight. Most of the time there isn't much to buy, although it's way better than in Borderlands 2. Like, gun vendors will sometimes actually sell relatively useful guns. Shocking. I don't remember a single time that I bought a gun in Borderlands 2. What did he say? I'm not angry, I'm amazing. Okay, I have a...
Remember to live life lightly.
Remember to live life like me. Okay. Christ almighty, it's another legendary weapon. And this one looks serious. $109 times 10. I have to try it. Stop interrupting me. Okay, the echo log.
Gonna try charging up one of my followers soon. Maybe it'll work better with a willing subject. Just gotta come up with a name for my crew. Troy Boys? No. Supercharged, glowing, mega badass? That's too long. Anointed? Boom! God King Troy's anointed. Nailed it!
His name was Beckett. Scoundrel, bank robber, friend. Only Dean remains. Surely he is lost too.
Okay, that is impressive. That is about as much money as I have currently accumulated through the entirety of the game. Okay, that is now genuinely an impressive amount of money. So you can break the system a little bit by dropping, you know, ridiculously expensive things and boosting the other character in a manner of speaking. But, you know, I guess it's fine. It's not it's not a big deal, but yeah. There you go, some more iridium. There we go, can you do that? Ah, yeah, you can do it too. Alright, awesome. Kept that from Borderlands 2. Over. It's just money. Yeah, I know, it's just money, but it's like it's a quality of life thing. It's a way of boosting your character, because you can buy all the upgrades in the, what you call it, the SDU, right? You can buy all the ammo capacity, backpack capacity stuff, etc., etc. You can buy stuff from the vending machines too. You know, it's not an infinite money glitch, but kind of, right? It's a cheesy way of giving you a ludicrous amount of money, which, you know, it's Borderlands. I don't care much one way or another, but
Serving up fresh.
this gun's interesting though. It's a shotgun, but it classifies as an assault rifle. I wish it didn't. Like, I kind of really wish it didn't, because I have a good assault rifle already, or rifle, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it's... This is somehow a shot. Oh yeah, I know. I had a similar thing in Borderlands 2. It looked different, but it also lobbed like a round projectile at people, and it was technically a shotgun. And yet this... Like, this is a rifle. It's a regular rifle. With, one would assume, a rifled barrel.
I don't want to die like this.
I don't even want to imagine how that's supposed to work.
Hunter, you must free him.
guy looks vaguely familiar. Some pistols also shoot 4 or 5 bullets at once. I have that in Borderlands 2. It's exactly like that. It shoots...
Who are you? Relax, friend. You
Yeah,
are
2,000 times 2. That's cool.
Hammerlock sent me.
It shoots 5, like, exploding bullets in a line. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that. At range, not very good. You get close to enemies, and if you play as a Siren in Borderlands 2, you phase lock them, keep them in place, you get close, and... Frickin' hell, man.
Run, you weakling! Well played.
You did it. You killed that thing.
Alright, let's pop the loot pinata, see what we got. To nobody's shock and surprise, we got another legendary. This is getting out of hand a little bit now. I think I'm starting to see the merits of playing this game in multiplayer. Yeah.
Thanks. The others are all dead. Just dumb luck I was spared. I
Does-
was losing hope, getting ready to, you know, well, you know.
That's interesting. You don't hear the pistol originating from you. You only hear the impacts.
Thank goodness Dean survived. Now
Like this legendary one. That's very interesting, but I am sold definitely on the benefits of playing this game multiplayer, because the loot drops have been absolutely insane, and that is all I will say. The only problem is my inventory is now completely full. Probably have some useless stuff I need to drop, right? Yeah. Definitely have useless stuff that I will never use that I need to drop. Well, let's pick this up. Actually use my lob. Ah, it's okay. It's okay. Christ almighty. The lob. Looked exactly like the sniper rifle I had previously. Except, you know, it's not a sniper rifle, but you get the point. In fact, I can take it out. Eh? It's basically the same gun, sans scope and all of that. But let's see, I want to drop something. This is kind of terrible. Drop that. And I can equip this. Huh. I like the bullet counter on the side. It's very... whatchamacallit, Space Marine... not Space Marines. Marines from the Aliens franchise. It's very much like that. I mean, it's not integrated into the gun, but reminds me a lot. Tyrannid. Oh, well, yeah, Space Marines from Warhammer 2, but the actual bullet counter on the gun itself, it looks a lot like that. Like the plasma rifles and stuff from the Aliens franchise. Okay, I think I'm done with the quests here. Right? Yeah, everything else leads elsewhere, so for once I'm going to be a smart cookie, and I'm going to use the fast travel system, because walking from one place to the other is going to be a bit silly at this point. So you know what would be great for the game? It'd be great if it told me where I need to go for the next quest that I have selected, instead of just giving me a rough idea. But fine. Okay, here and then over here. Fast travel. There we go. Tell you what, I haven't tested the lob much. By that I should clarify, I have fired it once. But,
Try to stay out of the mud, you hear?
I've missed you, boy. Timber! I mean, hey! Sorry, force of habit.
I'm going to try and set a goal for the live stream. Yeah, it works. Didn't work before. Sorry, a bit of an ADHD moment. When you shoot an enemy, it'll do nice damage. Yeah. Thing is, right? Oh, we pick up money as well. Like, when you pick up money, we both pick up money. That's interesting. Okay. Sell all. My god, I got $1 million.
Mud party!
Of course, the problem is, if I now die with said $1 million, the losses will be immense. But, yeah. Still, nonetheless. Not a great fan of the bullet speed of the lob, right? Because I need to wait about 3 business days until the projectile is delivered to the enemy. I'm sure, don't get me wrong, I'm sure it's perfectly viable and good. It's just the sort of like a personal taste thing. But it's not exactly clicking for me. Okay, so
A Jacob's resistance, and here comes the spark.
switch this over to this. Get rid of that.
A treasure from the hunt.
Probably get rid of that. Yeah, get rid of that. This I can't equip yet. Don't like this. Uses too much ammo. Rifle. God, I don't know. Pistol. I need to take this one into consideration as well. Let me select it. Better accuracy, better handling, lower rate of fire. Yeah, way low. Well, slightly. No, it's a better rate of just slightly better rate of fire, way better magazine capacity. Damage isn't far away either, but this one acts like a shotgun. Nah, this one's just way better. It's its high level as well. Okay, so I did not mean to drop that. Alright, there we go. And sell. Lovely. Was that more free money for me?
Bye-bye, friend.
Fascinating. Truly. Truly fascinating.
Reminds me of the time I loitered about on Eden 3 back when I was still a young thing.
Right. Okay. Onwards to what do we have? Capture the flag. That's on the that's in the Tyrene camp. That's just down there. Okay, we can do that. That's just down there. I think we can just jump off. When he jumps to someone, they... okay, I love it when my dog digs up ammo. The horned dog, I need to open this up. This guy has super good stats. His radiation aura, tons of damage when he jumps up at someone. They literally just melts away. He literally melts their hearts. Yep. It's a good dog, that. It's a good dog. I remember back in the release, I mean, I mentioned this in the previous stream, so I apologize to everyone that already heard it, but I remember in the previous playthrough that I did, there was a way to break the game here. You could, not here exactly, but with this tree, you could go all the way to the top and completely break the game. They patched it, no longer works, but it was a thing. And I did it, and that was pretty funny at the time. Basically, the invisible walls didn't really work like they were supposed to, essentially. I really like this pistol. Try the lob. I sold it! I'm sorry, I sold it. I tried it, but the whole 3 business days to delivery thing wasn't really clicking for me. Shot it in the previous area and bitch. look, I understand being emotionally attached to your weapon, in game and IRL. I understand. However, it's more of a post office gun than you know, a proper weapon. Like 3 business days until delivery, sort of thing. Yeah. Okay, activate payload. Is this the one we need to... escort the payload? Are you going to show me where I need to escort it to, or... I really don't... I mean, I appreciate the weaponry, I really do, but...
Bomb stuck. Give it a little ballistic encouragement to get it moving again.
Don't really think I want to completely break the game with infinite amounts of money. Escort the payload. Just... yeah, that'll do. Shooting at the bomb. What could possibly go wrong? All right. Ooh. Chest. That is disastrous.
Get that payload moving again.
Yeah. It needs more ballistic encouragement.
Coming after your team too. They're gonna get blown up.
No way. Team Troy's got this.
Rooting for your vault thief. Just this one time.
I'm gonna be honest. I like the term ballistic encouragement. It's big dino. Yeah, I know. Killed it before. Killed it earlier today when I was in the area. It's not gonna lie. I was a little bit disappointed. For such an intimidating looking beastie. It's a little bit. It's a little bit shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. So, I've been meaning to ask, how's True Vault Hunter mode and Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, if you played it? Because, Borderlands 2, it's... I mean, it's more of the same, sure, but the enemies just get a little bit more bullet spongy, and that's about it. You've not played it. Yeah, because, I mean, I like it, don't get me wrong, and it also makes guns a little bit more meaningful in Borderlands 2, because you tend to stick with the same gun for much, much longer. I'm sure if you hit max level and you pick up a really good gun in Borderlands 3, then you sort of, you know, there's only so many things that can upgrade it, but here, I mean, you know, everything's protracted, everything's longer, so you pick up a good legendary, you're gonna have to be stuck with it for hours and hours and hours. Here I picked up, like, what, 8 legendaries in the space of this one stream, probably? Which, okay, to be fair, is like 3.5 hours. Including, or rather minus that little break that I had, but still. As I say, I know I have people in the chat. Well, actually, I want to check something out. Can we really not jump up on this? I think, really? Have to go around? Okay, fine. Excuse me for just a second. Maybe in the game, I'm going to sell some of this junk, and I want to check just one thing very quickly when it comes to stream elements. Because I have it set up so... How do I do this? November 30th to December 6th. Right. Tips, memberships, subscribers, super... Alright, good. Right, should be working. There you go. I'll explain what I was doing. and the strange noises I'm making. I have, oh, hello there.
What up?
I have alerts for whenever someone subscribes, donates, etc., and I just want to make sure that they're working, because I just noticed before starting the stream on Stream Elements, I had like 4 subscriptions or 5 subscriptions or something like that, and I didn't get any of the alerts during the stream, which means one of two things. Either the alerts don't really work, or people subscribed when I wasn't streaming, which is entirely possible. I subscribe through, you know, regular YouTube videos and stuff. But I do want to make sure that they are working, because I've spent well, not too much time, but I've spent a fair bit of time trying to make sure that the whole system is implemented, so, yeah. Oh, God, that is painful. God's chosen what now?
I will summit your mountainous feats and claim them.
Just mildly terrifying. One rocket took like the 2/3 of my health out.
Excellent kill, boy. Here it comes.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I bet if I had an NVIDIA graphics card, they would melt realistically into little puddles of acid. Unfortunately, not really a thing with AMD. Just, it's an NVIDIA exclusive, but,
Yes! Time for a big-ass boom!
I remember that was a thing in Borderlands 2. On NVIDIA cards, that game is bloody gorgeous. Even on the newest AMD ones, it's, you don't get the same effects.
Can't even trust the COV to make a bomb, right? But in any case, both teams are dead, so I'd call it a win. Score 1 for Team Jacobs. Come on back when you're ready.
Why is there a bunch of level 1 stuff that just got dropped?
Your followers are like super duper dead. Just a little FYI.
Ty, the Vault Thief killed both.
That's...
Oh, butthurt alert!
I mean, I have auto sell on, which is, for you it's level 43. Yeah. I figure it's part of the joke, right? Like, or whatever, but and it's all whites as well, so thankfully I have auto sell, so it's just a little bit more money. But yeah. Do you reckon it'll explode if I... Nah, probably not. Okay, what time is it? It is almost 6 o'clock. Oh god, how long have I been streaming for? Almost 4 hours of stream. Oh god, that's almost like a full-time job. Okay. Tell you what. Let's do one more quest. Talk to Clay, go to there, go to there. I don't know which one is nearer or further. That one, right? Yeah, we can do that one. Okay, so I just need to talk to this guy and then we'll see. Or isn't this the reward for the quest? It is, isn't it? Yeah. Alright, so technically it doesn't count.
The Calypsos keep making their followers kill each other over petty bullshit. Makes our job a hell of a lot easier. Pleasure working with you again, smooth operator.
Likewise. Likewise. Also, character one of the cooler entrances in the game when he blows up the shack door and goes on through. Right, so now we go... I think I picked the wrong fast travel spot. Maybe I didn't. Did I? Yes, I did. I picked the wrong fast travel spot. We're going here.
Well, if I ain't in the presence of a walking legend.
Okay. Sir Hammerlock.
Good show, Vault Hunter. You certainly gave those bandits
Thank
a
you.
walloping.
Hey, it's what I do.
While you freed Reliance from the grip of those COV devils, I got that damn record contraption working. Let's find out where the vault key's hidden. Will you do the honors, Vault Hunter?
Sure. Thank you.
To think, these might be the last words of Montgomery Jacobs.
Oh, hey!
I'm drunk.
Oh dear.
I'm drunk, and I'm scared, boy. Those zealots are after the vaults, and they'll come for ours. Only a matter of time. So listen, the Grand Reserve, the oil
Man, sounds like he died yesterday.
Jewel. That's where you'll find the key. Boy, the Jacobs tree has stood for centuries. Don't let it fall now.
Pa, I'll never forget your last words.
Damnation! Ah, this gut rot's chewing through me like a pig through a pile of apples.
All right, that's enough. Now,
Maybe remember his
ship
second
crashed out
to
in the
last
jungle not
words.
too long after his
Right.
death. Go find the jewel, Vault Hunter. If my father's cryptic message is anything to go by, there ought to be a key fragment on board. Meanwhile, Alistair and I will investigate the other two clues.
Ah, a trek deep into untamed lands. I'm envious, Vault Hunter.
Lumberjack for sale. You got wood? I'm the solution.
Sup, you chode toads? Having fun slumming it in paradise?
Let us know when you've got that vault open, will ya? It was super nice to have my dinner waiting for me last time, you know?
Later, Grundle Humpers.
They get it, Troy.
Did I bathe today?
Oh,
Okay.
got a splinter.
Good. So, that's the main quest line. I also need to talk to you about the other thing, don't I?
Hunter, I can't imagine Alistair would want his sister's private indiscretions flaunted around. Her public ones trouble him enough. I'll find a good
Right,
place
there we
for
go.
this, such as a furnace or some sort of large device that burns furnaces.
I could go for a game of froth right about now.
Okay.
A Jacob's resistance. And here comes
In
the
retrospect, the $4,000 seem a bit,
I knew I liked
well, a bit like a joke, you gotta be honest, but, yeah. One more side quest. Go to the Witch's Peat. Do I want to do that side quest now? Or do I want to leave it for the next stream? Let's see. It's just down there. Can I hop onto it and do it? I probably can, right? Yeah, since I can, no sense in leaving it for the next stream.
Welcome to the Witch's Peat. As you can see, I still got a little jabber infestation on my hands. Kill him before this whole
Right.
planet sobers up and realizes eating 6 is an ingrown hair on the ass alive. Fun fact, ass alive is also a signature drink at the bar. 1 part Vico berry, 1 part fog wine. Drink up, and don't forget to plug your nose.
Serving up fresh hot death. I'm on a freaking roll!
You know, to be brutally honest, my throat is giving out on me a little bit. I've been talking for 4 hours straight. And I kind of welcome the odd lengthy dialogue.
No one likes to drink in the dark, except ugly people. And people who don't mind hooking up with ugly people. Time to get the bar's
Okay.
lights back on. Flip on the breakers.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's do that. Can I? Oh, please don't tell me I got stuck.
This bar is
Okay.
all the people of Eden 6 have left. COV destroyed everything else. Well, we never had schools or hospitals to begin with, but when you think about it, the bartender's kind of like a teacher. Yes, yes! Sweet, sweet power! Head on back to the Witch's Peak. I'll whip up a few signature cocktails.
Wouldn't agree that a bartender's kind of like a teacher. The teacher's more much like a bartender's customer. You know, that's sort of the relationship there. But, yeah.
Way to kick some drunk monkey butt. It'll be a while before I can reopen the Witch's Peak, but when I do, you get drinks for life. Nah, scratch that. A week. You earned it. Bottoms up. It's the end of the world somewhere.
Alright, fair enough. Okay, there we go. So we've done pretty much all of the quests, or rather all of the side quests in the area, unless I missed out on a few, which I probably did. There's a whole area over here I didn't explore, and over here. But we can do that next time, or we can do that when we come back to the planet later. Either is fine. For now, though, I'm going to leave it off here, and for one very simple reason. It is currently 6 AM, and I've been streaming since 2 AM, and my sleeping schedule, as you can probably tell, is not really the greatest. However, I wanted to specifically stream until 6 AM exactly, and the reason why I wanted to stream until 6 AM exactly is right now, in about 10 minutes, my favourite bakery is going to open. And it is not very often that I get to go there at 6 AM when they bring out the fresh produce, right? Well, fresh. When they bring out the piping hot produce out the oven. And so specifically, I wanted to stream until this time, just so I can go and grab an early breakfast. And then probably just nap for a little bit or do something else, but I will see. So anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching. This will be the end of the Borderlands bit of the stream. I'm going to exit the game here, and I'm going to switch scenes over to the stream is ending. But I will stick around for just a few more minutes to, well, to thank you all for your attention, obviously, and a couple of other things. Did you want to quit the game? Quit to desktop. Yes, I've saved everything. Yep, there you go. Good. Alright, excellent. So, first of all, like I said, thank you all very much for your attention, whether you were part of the live viewing audience or whether you are watching this as the VODs that go up on the channel. I highly appreciate it. And I will see you in the next live stream. Speaking of live stream and games and stuff, given my, you know, current position in university, I don't really want to be doing any work. I don't want to really publish anything yet, because I don't know where that's going. So I'm going to, the papers that I have, I'm going to hold on to them and wait to publish them later, which means I'm probably going to have a fair bit of free time, minus the stuff I need to do for actually applying for my PhD thesis and etc. There's some bureaucracy there that I need to do, but aside from that, that means that I will probably be making a few more variety videos on the channel in terms of first impressions and stuff like that. And yes, I do remember I owe you all a video from the gun range, so I will make that happen probably after New Year's or around New Year's, something like that, around Christmas maybe. I don't know, I will see. At any rate, that's it for this stream. I'm going to just check one more time if the subscriptions are working. Replay activity. Give it about 5 seconds. Of course, they're not working on this scene, Juggernaut, because you haven't enabled it on this scene. There you go. You've enabled it in this scene, and then it works. Alright, good. That was just a test from previous subscription that I, well, either missed or it happened off stream. I just really wanted to get those to work. Alright, that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. I'm going to see you all next time. Have fun, take care, and bye-bye.